hold on, everybody. Hold together. 10 seconds.
Horizon Thunder Sphere! Welcome back, everybody, to another exciting, dare I say, thrilling episode of Night's Last Call. We're here live, as always. Actually, I don't need these today. What am I doing? I don't need these today. No one's talking to me. Yeah, we're back. We're back today to talk about the Kineticist. A brand new, sort of, class. Playtest released yesterday. That would be Monday, 8/8/2022, just the day after Gencon. And this is a class that came out of the very tail end of Pathfinder 1. And it has been something that people have been questing after since Pathfinder 2 came out. We just passed the 3-year anniversary. Pathfinder came out Gencon 2019, and people still want every single class from Pathfinder 1 to be in Pathfinder 2. So, this creates a very bad precedent because, they are going to add new classes in Pathfinder 2. So then what? In Pathfinder 3, are they going to spend the first 3 or 4 or 5 years of the edition just reprinting classes from the prior edition? How many classes is too many classes? I ask you. So, welcome, everyone. Everyone who is in here in the chat. We're going to give it a couple minutes for people to filter in here. Looks like we got about 22. I usually start to try to go around 30. So here's the plan today. The plan is we're going to talk about the Kineticist. We're going to talk about its features, its vibe, its feel. Remember, this is a playtest. You'll notice in the bottom right-hand corner, we got a little tip goal there, $20 increments. If we reach the first $20 increment, we will talk about the first 6 levels of feats. If we reach the $40 mark, we'll talk about the first 12 levels, 60, and all the way up to $80, and we will talk about all the feats. It might take us a little while, but we're going to do it as a thank you for showing your generosity and support. If you're interested in tipping, there's a link in the description down below, or you can type !tip, and that's going to bring up the link to our Stream Elements tip page, where you can go ahead and send that tip over. You can also use super chats, super stickers, and those are very, very, very appreciated. But they do not fill up the bar. Only Stream Elements tips fill up the bar. Well, we're starting off, speaking of which, with a super chat. Self-confessed cynic says, killed another player last night. New classes just in time. Well, yeah. What better time to try out some new classes and then playtest? That's one of the nice advantages of the Night to Last Call Patreon and our Discord. We have so many community games going on. There's really a huge opportunity for people to actually playtest these classes. I would love for the Night to Last Call Patreon community to sort of really beat this class up and kind of walk away with a sort of a grand, sort of a formalized white paper about what we feel about the class and what we don't feel about that. How we like it and how we don't like it. London asking about the background music. It's there. I think it's just really quiet. Let me give you a few more decibels. See if you enjoy that. Let me know if that's too much, London, or not enough. I like background music. I just hate it when it gets too loud. Shadrum, Kineticist, finally said my Aero Kineticist from first edition is not possible. Oh, sadly, my Aero Kineticist from first edition is not possible. Where is my lightning slinging at? So yeah, I have got to imagine that this would be a popular class for you there, Mr. Self-Confessed Cynic. Very, very Avatar anime inspired. I'm a huge Avatar: The Last Airbender fan. I really like Legend of Korra as well. I do like Atla better. But they're both amazing, and one of these days I'd love to play their PBTA game. There can be no doubt that the Kineticist is, well, it's an attempt to sort of capture some of that elemental monk bending thing. We saw this in 5th edition with the elemental monk, which again, I'm I'm not a big 5th edition expert, but I'm led to believe that the Elemental Monk is hot garbage. So the Avatar weebs are coming out strong for this one. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. What were some of the highlights of the Paizo stream? Well, self-confessed, I think if you had followed along in general, we were live reacting to the live stream, and I did a bunch of shorts to discuss this. But the highlights are we're getting Rage of Elements, which is going to be a book about the 6 elemental planes: fire, air, earth, water, wood, metal. And it's going to be like Book of the Dead, but for elemental. And that is going to include this Kineticist class. And, excuse me. And we're getting a Treasure Vault book, which is going to be a very detailed. We got some art. We got some previews of some of the items that are going to be in there. More tattoos. And it's going to be more of an ultimate equipment style book, a magical item compendium style book, instead of perhaps something like Grand Bazaar, which was kind of a flop, in my opinion. We're going to get a couple new adventure paths. One is psychic, Dark Archives Thaumaturge themed. Another one is 11 to 20, 10 level AP, 3 books, 11 to 20 based on the Hero deck. And everything else I think we basically know. Oh, Shadram.
$20.
Coming at us big time.
Feat insights.
All right, Shadram, $20. All right, well, the first milestone has been reached, and we're going to cover the playtest, but we're also going to at least cover the first 6 levels of feats, thanks to that generous tip from Mr. Shadram. Thank you. Very cool. Chris says, YouTube channel Fillion uses the same intro music during his videos. Yes, I am a subscriber to the Epidemic Music channel, where I get I pay a certain amount of money each month, and I get to use a certain amount of music, and I don't get copyright strikes, which is pretty sweet. It's actually really, really funny when I hear songs and music that I know I've used in my channel or in my videos, and I hear them on big channels, and they're using the same music as me, and I kind of like, either I feel kind of awesome, or I feel kind of like, man, damn, maybe this isn't as crazy as I thought it was. We got a super chat from Mr. Reapergrim. Sorry to call you Rivo. Dual class with Monk just feels mandatory for this class. Not sure if they meant to lean into Avatar, but yeah, I mean, I have not played Pathfinder 2 with dual class. Obviously, I've played a ton with free archetype, but we'll get into that a little bit there, Reaper Grim. But yeah, essentially, this class is a caster blaster. The closest analog, in my personal opinion, is to like a 5th edition Warlock. It doesn't have the same kind of vibe as the Avatar benders, who are also tend to be very proficient martial artists and capable combatants in their own right. Not saying that this caster isn't that, but there's a little bit of a wonkiness to here. But there's some design elements here which we'll talk about, which create, well, it's very gamey. Let's just put it that way. Which again, Thaumaturge, Psychic, both very G heavy classes, lower on the simulation, and I think we'll get there as well. So certainly, I think if you dual class this with a monk, you'd have a lot of fun. That would be your most Avatar. Grand Bazaar had Wrestler 10 out of 10. Well, you know what? I take that back. You know what, Vin? I take that back, because Kaz and the Wrestler and the chat's support of that. The Dino incident, it's actually been a lot of fun, and you know what, I'll go with it. Pathfinder 2 wants to be a little crazy and a little gonzo anyways. Why fight it, right? I'm not gonna try to ice skate uphill. So yeah, okay, Wrestler match. Jay Martinez really likes that Pathfinder 2nd edition has APs that are not 1 to 20. So do I, Jay. I think that is brilliant. I think, quite frankly, in today's modern age, where there's so many games coming out, so many systems coming out, so many adventures coming out, so many source books coming out, the idea of spending 3 years, 2 years playing a single adventure path with one character, I'm not even ADHD, and even I'm kind of like yeah, I think I'd really want to try a bunch of different things. And, you know, also the other thing too, Martinez, nowadays, a lot of my games, hell, the game that we run here for the Night's Last Call, it's every other week. It just fits better with people's schedules. I mean, I'm almost 40, so most of my friends have young kids, and you know, playing every week just isn't as much of a possibility as it used to be. Hell, when I was in early 20s, when 3rd edition came out, we used to play sometimes 3 times a week. We'd play Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday night. So yeah, we could get through a 1-20 campaign sometimes in like 6 months, but that's because that 6 months represented close to 2 years of play. Now, when you're playing every other week, forget about it. Forget about it. KC, still probably more excited for Treasure Vault, but Rage of Elements seems pretty exciting. That, I think I feel the same way. Currently, we have a very bare minimum amount of notes and information to go off of, so I don't want to like put anything out there too much, but yeah, I agree. I think Pathfinder 2 needs more magical items. It needs better magical items. Curse of the Crimson Throne took us 5 years. It was excellent, but I'm not in a hurry to GM a campaign that lasts that long again. Big same. Good evening, Mr. Palmer. All right, let me hop over to this. All right, well, we got 40 people in here. And again, we are going to cover the class, the features, the baseline, and some of the, you know, sort of design aesthetics of this class. And then Shadram tipped $20. And so we're going to cover the first 6 levels of feats. If we get those additional tip break points, we'll cover the rest, including all the way up to the 20th level feats if we go all the way. All right, so basic information here. Of course, we've got our Kineticist. We've got Yoon, the same iconic character from Pathfinder 1. And, you know, what's the vibe here? You know, I guess it's kind of Avatar-esque. Looks a little bit like a wizard, if you ask me, but, you know, that is what it is. All right, so Kineticist. Well, let's see what they say. They say, during combat encounters, elemental magic surges from you without limit, without any restrictions on how often you can use your abilities. You become a reliable slinger of magic. You can develop powers that you can use in a variety of situations, or you can just use a few favorite attacks you use repeatedly. So, obviously, right off the bat, and this is assuming you don't know anything about the Kineticist, let's start with a baseline assumption here. By the way, my dog is right here chewing on her bone, so if you guys hear kind of a grinding sound, let me know if it gets annoying, and I will take it away from her. So Kineticist is, for lack of a better word, an element bender from Avatar: The Last Airbender. They have the ability to summon fire or earth or air or different elemental abilities. And then they can basically do cool stuff with them. They can attack with them. They can, you know, create a shield of earth. They can, you know, make a gout of fire. They can make a quick surge through the air using wind or air. So very much like bending, very inspired by that. And the cool thing about them is they do not use spell slots. They do not use focus points. They essentially can use these quasi-magical abilities all day, infinitely. And this is an interesting development within this space. Their abilities are definitely, you know, magical feeling, and this creates a situation. All right, sorry. That was bothering me. All right, I'm going to throw this out here, guys. Now I'm going to go close this door. Okay, I did not take the bone from the puppers, but I did throw it outside of my office. Hey, what's up, bro? Good to see you. Good to see you. Where was I? Right, this class can go all day. And so there's nothing holding them back. There's no spell slots, and they definitely have magical abilities. So in the context of Pathfinder 2, where so many other classes do not have any sort of daily resource, this class may fit in exceptionally well while providing you with sort of these magical powers without having to, rely on slots. All right. So, but we'll get into this here in a second. During a social encounter, during a social encounter, you're not doing shit. That's how I would explain it. While exploring, your connection to the elements hones your awareness of the natural world. In an environment full of element you can channel, you're unparalleled. Great. So if you're standing in a volcano and you can channel fire, you're going to be great. So first things first. It's a very weird class. The reason is, right off the bat, is the key ability for this class is Constitution. That is very strange. For starters, we inherently understand Constitution to be a passive ability. There's no skills that relate to it. You never make a Constitution check. Constitution affects things. It affects your fortitude save. It affects your hit points. It might affect how many rounds you can hold your breath. But it's always been in this edition, and even I think in people's mindset, it's a passive ability score. So making it your key ability score is very weird. It's also kind of awkward because it doesn't get used really anywhere else, and you don't get any skills with it. You're not attacking with it. You're not, obviously it helps your hit points out, but the class gets 8 plus your con modifier hit points. So it's this weird class where it's like the hit points, they made their hit points lower, but then you have this key ability of Constitution, so it's kind of like they're pretending like the class is kind of like it's a 10 hit point class, because it's like 10 plus your con would normally be 2 or 3, and so you'd end up with like 12 hit points per level, but you're actually going to get 8 plus your con, which is probably going to be like a 3 or an 18. I'll say this. No, okay, so here, I see some good stuff in the chat, and I don't want to pass it up. Key stat con, why does that feel like 4th edition D&D? Because, Lollipop Candy, the primal class, there was a primal class called the Warden, which was a key ability score of Constitution. The problem is that in 4th edition, now this was very weird, I'm not going to lie, it was very weird, but in 4th edition, the Warden, so in 4th edition, in addition to everyone knows the roles of 4th edition, right? Everyone's heard of these: the defender, the striker, the controller, the leader that, could heal and stuff. So you had these 4 roles, but there were also the power sources, and the power sources were sort of like, what was the thing that was creating your power? Was it martial skill, like the fighter or the rogue, or was it arcane, or was it divine? Well, there was also a source called the primal power source, and they had a primal striker. Guess what a primal striker is? A barbarian. Well, they also had a primal defender. So a fighter was a martial defender. A rogue, by the way, was a martial striker. But they had a primal defender, and that was the Warden, and their key stat was con. But in 4th edition, because it was super much a game, simulation was one of the last things that they were worried about in 4th edition. In 4th edition, the Warden basically attacked with their Constitution. So when they would swing their big Warden axe or Warden hammer, you would, like, instead of adding your strength to your attack roll, you were adding your Constitution to your attack roll. Now, this made the class work, and it made it fair and balanced. You avoided all these, mad situations like you might have otherwise. But it was still kind of a weird situation to be in, because what did attacking with Constitution mean? It didn't really make much sense. Well, now we get to the Kineticist, and they use Constitution, but this is Pathfinder 2. Pathfinder 2 doesn't really work the way that 4th edition does. If you're attacking in melee, you're using your strength. If you're attacking with a range attack, you're using your dex. So having a key ability of Constitution kind of really doesn't help you that much. Now, that goes into the second point, which was what Total Entropy said. in the original Pathfinder 1 Kineticist, they had an ability called Burn. And this would essentially allow the Kineticist to sort of draw upon their inner strength, basically take hit point damage, in order to improve or do extra effects with their infusions and all their abilities. And that's where having a high constitution made sense. Because while in Pathfinder 1, they weren't attacking with their constitution like they might in 4th edition, in Pathfinder 1, constitution, aka their hit points, became sort of the thing that they used in order to, empower their attacks. And so having the high constitution made sense because hit points are a resource, obviously, for everyone, but hit points kind of became an extra resource for the 1st edition Pathfinder Kineticist. The Pathfinder 2nd edition Kineticist, and again, we'll go through all of them. I have read through the class, I have read through the feats, but we may have missed something. Does not seem to have anything like that. So having a high constitution with really nothing keying off of it except for your class DC is kind of shitty. And they're a light armored class, so you're gonna need dex. But if you want to do anything in melee, you're gonna need strength. Yeah. They're only trained in will. They get to expert in will, so your will saving throw is going to be really low, especially since you don't need wisdom, and you're already going to be probably pumping strength and dex and con. You can probably end up pumping wisdom a little bit, just so your will save doesn't fall off completely, which means you're really not going to have that many skills, and your charisma is probably going to be terrible. And I would assume that 90+% of Kineticists are going to end up somewhere in that bucket. This might be the very first class, aside from the War Priest, which was kind of a subclass, where I say you might not want to start with an 18, because you might just want to have that key ability of Constitution, with the 12. Maybe you bump it to a 14, but you try to get your strength up, your dex up, and try to spread out your ability scores. Maybe that's a deliberate attempt by Paizo, but it remains to be seen. So what do we got here? We have a fairly light package. We're double expert in fort and ref, not many weapons, and we're trained in light armor. So, this is going to be a class that either is going to have, probably going to be, right, the baseline is armor plus dexterity equals 5. And then there's full plate, and some special armor classes that can go to 6. But you're looking for 5 points between your armor and your dex. Well, being restricted to light armor means that you're probably going to be starting the game with somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 points of AC. And until you get that dexterity up, you're going to be a little bit behind on AC. So not the most defensive class. We can go ahead and look ahead, but I can tell you that the saving throws go to Master in Fortitude with Juggernaut, Master in Reflex with Evasion, and then only Expert in Will. So the saves are kind of on par, I guess, with the Fighter in that respect. So they're okay, but they're not super great. Shadram says, feels like they could do a key stat based on element. Earth is strength, air and fire dexterity. They could have, and you'll see that they kind of did that in a way by the different type of elements. But one of the things about this class is there's sort of 3 ways that you can build this class. You can build it as some like a true Avatar from Avatar: Last Airbender, where you essentially can control all the elements, but to a lesser degree. You could control 2 elements, so sort of a yin-yang, water, fire, earth, and air, or you can kind of just all in on one. And I think they didn't do that, Shadram, because I think they wanted to encourage people to feel like they could be any. They didn't want to have to design the class 3 different times in order to have these inner gates, which is what they're called, have different stats and different abilities. It'd probably get really messy. So before we get into things, let's talk about these key terms, which are important because this is a class with a lot of traits, and whether a class has these traits or not, this is a class where the feats have a lot of traits, And whether or not a certain feat has some of these traits makes a big difference about how good that feat might be. So again, we talked about this before. These are like some mutants from X-Men or like Avatar: The Last Airbender. Katara needs water to bend, right? She can't just bend nothing. She needs water to bend. Aang needs air to bend, which isn't usually too much of a problem. In this version of the game, a Kineticist starts off the game with the ability to gather an element. Okay? And we can see that it has manipulate. All right. Oh, thanks, Blah Blah Ghost. They do get legendary fort saves, which is crazy when they have a key stat of con. So these people will be the god tier fort save people, but somehow their will save will be garbage. So I did miss that they get legendary fort saves. Okay, so their saves are okay. It's a little wonky. I don't know. Maybe in my mind, it just feels like they should have good will saves, but maybe that's not right. I don't know. But so gather elements, right? It has the manipulate trait. You need to have a hand free. So this is the this is a mixture of raging or hunt prey or sort of spell strike from the Magus, kind of all combined into one thing, which is this. A Kineticist, in order to be able to do a lot of their abilities, they need to have their element gathered. And they can gather one element at a time, and you have to have a hand free, and even if it is, air, but again, this is a game restriction, not really a simulation restriction. But long story short, you have to burn an action to get, a chunk of earth or a swirling vortex of air or a shimmering field of water. That is what you need in order to be able to use all of your other abilities for the most part. But from a game balance perspective, it means that this is sort of your resource, your primary resource that you have to do. And you have to have that up and at 'em. Now there it goes in here and say, look, the fire, if you gather fire, it burns like a torch, it's fine. Heck, they even say you can gather fire in the middle of a vacuum. So that's pretty cool. But this is sort of the first thing that you need to do. So getting back to these traits, which are going to be important. The first R traits is called impulse. And this is the main trait that the Kineticist is going to use. And in order to use a feat or an action with the impulse trait, you have to have your element gathered. And it has to match. So if you want to use an air impulse feat, you have to have air gathered. So in other words, if you don't have your element gathered, you cannot use any sort of action or feat with the impulse trait. So long story short, also it has concentrate and manipulate. So it's essentially like casting a spell. So once you have your element gathered, you can just use impulse after impulse after impulse. It doesn't use it up. You can actually just keep blasting or using cones or, jumping into the air with a blast of air behind you or blast of fire. You can just keep doing that stuff once you have the element gathered. Now you can gather again to change the element. Let's say you were using air and now you want to use earth. Well, then you have to use an action to kind of put out the air and gather earth. You can only have one element gathered at a time. All right. So second important keyword is called the kinetic aura. Think of this as the Kineticist stance, okay? Some abilities have this trait, and when they do, it creates an aura around you, sort of an aura of your elemental power. It's a 10-foot emanation, unless something changes it, and if you're already in a kinetic aura, aka a stance, then to change into a different stance requires one less action. So most stances, at least every stance that I know of in the game, I think takes one action to enter. A lot of the abilities that let you manifest this kinetic aura, which again, functionally is like a stance, usually take more than that, take two actions. But if you're already in one kinetic aura, you can switch to another kinetic aura for one fewer action, which usually means from 2 to 1. Now, notice, just like a stance, a kinetic aura lasts until you get knocked out, or until the encounter ends, or until you use a new kinetic aura, whichever comes first. You can only use this in encounter mode. You know, and after you create a new one, you can't create another one for 1 round. So very similar to a stance, the stance wording. So this is sort of like their version of a stance. All right, this one's really important. Overflow. Overflow basically means that a feat or ability with this trait is so powerful, it actually does use up the element that you have gathered. So if I gathered fire, I can sit there and every blast. But if I go to use an ability that, say, creates a big wake of fire, a giant cone of fire, that ability might have the overflow trait. And when I do that, once the overflow trait ability is resolved, that fire that I have gathered is been consumed. And now if I want to continue to use these elemental powers, these impulse powers, I have to spend an action again to regather my energy. I could do the same element, or I could do a different element. And lastly, brutal, which normally I think we only saw with like giants from the bestiary, but basically a range attack uses strength instead of dex on the attack roll. So pretty interesting. All right, so Kineticist. And again, I just want to say real quick, thank you everybody for subscribing, for being a supporter of either the Patreon or of our YouTube channel through our Adventurers League. You can do that by joining, or you can head to patreon.com/Knights of the Last Call to check out our Patreon. We have a lot of cool, interesting things going on, including a bunch of people who are trying to play classes just like this, along with the new Dark Archive classes, to try to check them out and see what this thing's got. So, really appreciate you all being here. And again, we're going to cover the sort of the baseline level of the class today, and we're going to cover the first 6 levels of feats. If we get some more tips, then we will cover the later feats as well. All right, so we'll skip the basic stuff here first. We'll kind of look what you get at higher level. So you start with expert in fort, expert in reflex, trained in will. You very quickly get to expert in will, so you're expert at level 3. And then, okay, we'll get to this in a second here. At 7th level, you get Juggernaut, so you get that Fortitude to master, and you get the crit success on a success. At 9th, you get Perception to expert. You get Evasion, so master, reflex, and critical success on a success. You get Greater Juggernaut at 15. Okay, so you do get Greater Juggernaut at 15. And you cap out at master at level 19 in your light armor. So you do get better armor than a cloth caster, because they get expertise and they never get higher than expert. You do go all the way to mastery, albeit at level 19. So they are somewhere between a caster and a martial. And this is really especially weird and strange with their proficiency bonus. So you can see when they're blasting and all this other stuff, and we'll get into this, they start at trained just like everybody else does. But at level 7, they become expert in unarmed attacks and simple weapons. Most of your kinetic blasts use your unarmed attack proficiency. Now, at first glance, you might be thinking, oh, so they work a lot like the War Priest, where you go, okay, so maybe the War Priest, they become expert at 7, and then that's it. That would kind of suck, right? Because the War Priest kind of sucks. But here's the weird thing. Now, remember, most martial classes, in fact, I think all martial classes, get their proficiency bump at level 5, where they become expert, or 13, where they become master. So the Kineticist becomes an expert in their weapon proficiencies at 7, 2 levels later, just like the War Priest. But unlike the War Priest, but like everyone else, they become a master in unarmed attacks at 13. This is very strange to me. I don't know why this isn't just trained at 1, 5 on 7, 5 on... At level 5, you get expert, and at level 13, you get mastery. I'm assuming this is a mistake. Because There's no reason why this progression should be like this. This is a DPS class. This is a damage dealing class. So I think this is probably a mistake. And my recommendation would be, if you were, I mean, go ahead and play test it. But if I were play testing this class, I would just assume that I got the proficiency to expert at level 5, not level 7. Oh, Sapmac, yeah. Gather elements is also a lot like Panache. Yeah, that's a great example of it as well, Sapmac. Probably even a better example. I always forget about that class. And I even played with one for like, well, I didn't play it, but there was a swashbuckler in the party. And they used you first all the time to get Panache on round 1. That's probably true, Brothleth. That's probably true. Leftover from when it was a pseudocaster. Okay, so you're going to make a Kineticist. We know what we're working with here. All right, so when you start off, you've awakened a conduit into your body, and you have to choose what kind of gate that you have. You either have a dedicated gate, which connects you to just one elemental plane, a dual gate to 2, or a universal gate allowing you to connect and channel to all the elemental planes. So this determines how many different elements you can channel, but also how many bonus impulse feats. Remember, impulse are the feats that let you use your gathered energy to do things that you start with. So if you have a dedicated, meaning you just get one elemental plane, if you just want to be a, traditional avatar bender, who outside of the avatar, like Aang or Korra, they can only bend one type of element. They can only bend water, bend earth, bend air. Then you choose a dedicated gate. And because you're so focused, you get 3 of the first level impulse feats, as long as they match your trait. Pretty good. You get 3 bonus feats at level 1. Not bad. Now, granted, they have to match your element's trait. If you choose dual gate, meaning you are sort of a yin-yang combination, you pick 2, and you start with 2 first level impulse feats, and one has to be from the first element, and the other one has to be from the other. And lastly, if you have a universal gate, you are the avatar. You can access all of the elements, but of course, you're a little bit more spread out. Now, this one is a little bit more versatile, though, because when you don't actually get a bonus feat, but what happens is when you make your daily preparations in the morning, you gain 1 first level impulse feat, which you can basically use all day. So it's very similar to the, like the fighter's versatile feat ability. You just get to do it every day. So, but you still only get 1 feat. So you either get 3 bonus feats for 1 type of element, 2 for 2, or you get 1 if you want to sort of be a master, but you don't have to hard pick it. You have to change it up every day. So let's talk about this really quick. I like this. Ashendari says, not all elements choose 4. Well, to be fair, Ashendari, there are going to be 6 elements in the book, but they only released 4 in this class. And so we don't know if this universal gate is going to, it says right now it's all 4 elements because there are only all 4. So we don't know. By the time the book comes out with 6 elements, it might just say all 6. So I like this choice, basically. I think choosing between being dedicated, I mean, they're level 1 impulse. They're level 1 impulse feats, so they're not like most broken things in the world, right? I mean, humans with natural ambition can pick up an extra bonus first level feat. It's not like the end of the world. They're not like the most broken things of all time. But by pigeonholing yourself into one element, you're missing out on a lot of the fun flexibility and all the fun, cool choices that all the other elements have. And you get 3 bonus feats, as a compensation. So I like this. I like this inner gate option. I think it's an interesting choice. Now, from a play point perspective, my guess is, I don't know. I think my takeaway is going to be that these are all going to be fairly versatile. Inherently, because if I end up, so we'll say this. If I have gathered water and I am making water, and I have, so let's say I was a higher level kineticist and I was level 10 or something, or 12, and I have 5 or 6 or 7 feats. And some of them are water and some of them are earth. And maybe I even have an air feat. Okay. Super chat from Mr. Chris Hansen. Since impulse feats and class feats compete for the same spot, I don't see why someone would choose Universal Gate. Well, they would choose Universal Gate, Chris, because they want to be able to do the water stuff and the air stuff and the fire stuff. It's kind of like being a universalist wizard versus one of the specialty wizards. Some people just want to be able to do it all, basically, is how I would describe it. And you want, and this kind of does get to my point though, Chris. As I was saying, if you ended up with a couple air feats and a couple earth feats and maybe one water feat, well, inside of a combat, if I have manifested air, I'm using it to make my air thing. Well, if I want to suddenly start using earth, I'm going to have to change that element. And that means I'm going to be wasting actions to change the elements. And so by gaining versatility, you will probably find yourself in a situation where either you're going to be burning a lot more actions to swap between the whatever element you have sort of manifested or gathered. There is a feat that helps with it, but it's still not great. And because your feats are sort of distributed amongst different elemental types, it means that at any one time, you may not really be able to use a good portion of your feats simply because they're locked out until you gather a new element. Whereas if you were just focused on one element, you can take all of your feats for the most part, being just water, 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 water. And you know that once you've gathered water, you're good. You can basically unlock and use all of your abilities. And unless you use something with the overflow trait, remember that's the one that consumes the energy that you've gathered, the element that you've gathered, then you would need to regather it. If you haven't done that, you could just go all day. So yeah. Firebender versus Fire Elemental will be a long fight. Once you hit level 19, you get free gather power. Then, in my opinion, Universal is simply better than the rest. I don't know about that. If I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to say my base feeling is that dual gate might be probably the best option. But that might be my thought process. You know, there's so many feats in these games. We don't know what the final product's going to look like, but like, you're already going to be dipping all over the place. I think if you end up having like a couple earth feats and a couple air feats and a couple water feats and a couple, you're just going to be changing elements all the time. You're just going to be like spinning your wheels a lot and not getting anything done. I think dual gate gives you 2 bonus feats out of the gate, and you can focus on 2 elements. You can either like go air for mobility and versatility, and you can go earth for damage, and you can get some kind of cool sort of back and forth. You get some versatility without, not giving up anything. So, yeah, I think personally, I think dual gate might end up being the best one. And who knows? We don't even know what the wood and the metal are going to look like. But thank you for that, Chris. That's very generous. I think Universal Gate, again, is just so that you can be that person who does everything and and wants to be able to be like the Avatar and just be able to, channel and bend all these different elemental energies. Yeah, also, I should point out that level 19, I don't even consider anything. Anything past like level 15 or 13, really, you shouldn't really consider anyways. So, all right. So the baseline ability, so again, at level 1, you get your ancestry and your background, you get your initial proficiencies, you choose your inner gate, either all the elements, 2 elements, or 1. You get gather element, which we're about to talk about. You get your elemental impulses, you get adapt element, and you get a feat. So unlike most casters, you do start with a feat, which is pretty nice. So gather element is our baseline ability. It's 1 action. You have to have a hand free, and you guessed it. You summon up a little bit of elemental energy, and it's a cool effect. shimmering, it's shining, it's, you know, and the game goes, hey, don't worry about simulation. You can summon fire in a vacuum. You can summon fire while you're underwater. You know, you can gather air in a vacuum. We're simulation. We're just throwing that away. We're not worried about it. We're not caring about it. We need this class to function. And this class, if every time the GM puts an underwater adventure, suddenly you know, half your class abilities don't work, you know, that's not fair. So these things just work all the time. All right. Next, you get your elemental impulses. And remember, impulses are what allow you to use your gathered element in order to do cool effects. You can select an impulse feat only if you can channel its element. In other words, if you can't summon fire, you don't get to take a fire one. And you have to have that impulse gathered. And an impulse without an element trait can be used with any element. Your inner gate selection gives you one or more bonus impulse feats, and you select more with your class feat selections. While there are many ways to shape the elements, all kineticists can simply blast their opponents. So everybody gets elemental blast. This is the kineticist strike, basically. You swing or hurl your elemental matter at a foe. It's either a melee strike or a ranged strike, so great versatility. Obviously, you need to use strength for melee. You need to use dexterity for ranged. So again, there's a little bit of wonkiness there because remember, your key ability score is con, so that's a little silly. Each elemental type is different, and we'll get into that table in here in a second. If it's melee, you can add your strength modifier as normal. And although it's not actually an unarmed attack, an elemental blast uses your unarmed attack proficiency, which remember we said goes from trained to expert to master. So you're on the same progression. And again, I think they messed up. I think it's supposed to be expert at 5, master at 13. I don't know why they have expert at 7. Your blast has weapon damage dice. It's basically just like a weapon. The only difference is you have to have that element gathered in order to use it. It benefits from runes, such as Hand Wraps of Mighty Blows, weapon specialization, yada, yada, yada. They even each have their own different critical specialization, just like you have 4 different weapons. Note that they are magical, but they are not spells. So there are some, you know, interactions there. But for the most part, it's just like having a weapon. And here we can see the elemental blast weapon. And here we get to the first big problem. Okay. Yeah. The problem is that, well, I guess we'll get to it here in a second. You've got 4 types of attack, air, earth, fire, water. You can see that air is the lowest damage one, fire in the middle, water and earth do the most. Now they all do physical damage except for fire, which is fire damage. Everything else does slashing and bludgeoning. We can see here from a melee perspective, the air is obviously the dex build, right? You can see that the melee has finesse, so you're going to be able to use that dexterity instead of strength. And it's got agile, so you'll be able to maybe make 1 or 2 attacks easily. It even has versatile for bludgeoning if you want to slash with the air or punch with the air, I guess. And it even has reach, which is really cool as a melee attack to be able to make a melee attack at reach. So I think this is very flavorful, very fun. It's D4 damage though. Yikes. That is pretty low. That's pretty low. That's very low. That's very low. But remember, when you have this gathered, you can either make a range attack or you can make a melee attack with it. If it's ranged, it also is agile. It also is versatile. And instead of reach, it got this big, sexy 120-foot range increment. Air is great if you're going to go all in on your dex. Your AC is going to be phenomenal. Your reflex is going to be great. Your constitution, so your fortitude save is going to be great. You're going to have a high AC. You're going to be able to stay out of range. You're going to be able to attack from a long distance. You're going to be able to attack in melee using your dex. You're going to be able to attack at range using your dex. And you even have this reach and this massive range increment. But the damage is going to be very low. That's the trade-off. And again, we'll get to these in a second. Now, well, we're here, we're talking about it. Remember, this is a DPS class, people. So that means at level 5, you get critical specialization. That's right. These 4 elemental types each have a form of elemental critical spec. This should be obvious once we read it. But air, the critical specialization is 5 feet movement. So very similar to pushing someone 5 feet, but the difference is it's 5 feet in any direction you choose. I would argue that this is pretty weak for the most part. Yes, there are tactical situations where this is awesome, but remember, this is only on a crit. So, you know, you really can't plan for this because you do have to crit in order to get this. And you're just moving them 5 feet on a crit. Yikes. Earth knocks them prone. So yeah, there's that. And if they're not on the ground, it does not knock them prone, but it does make them fall 20 feet. So if they're flying and they're in somewhat of within range of the ground, you can put them on the ground. If they're on the ground, you put them really on the ground. We know from the Flick Mace how powerful knocking people prone, especially at range, can be with the mauls and the hammers. You know, the earth knocking prone on a crit is just busted. It's just busted. This is not a Kineticist thing. This is just a game thing. It's very, very powerful. Fire, if you crit, does d6 points of persistent fire damage, which is not bad early on, but you get an item bonus equal to the blast item bonus to attack rolls. So that means at the end of the game, when you have a +3 hand wraps, you're going to be able to do d6 +3 persistent fire damage on a crit. This is way too low. This is fun. This is good. It's okay. Persistent damage does end up adding up a lot. But remember, too, fire is, you know, fairly often resistant or immune. But it's just not enough. It's a very low amount of damage. It's very, very depressing. Water might be the worst one. We'll get to that in a second. It does splash damage equal to the number of weapon damage dice of the blast. Now keep in mind, this is splash damage, but only on a crit, which means if you miss, it didn't add splash damage, right? Because a lot of times the strength of splash damage is, yeah, but even if I miss, I still do a couple points of damage, which can trigger certain weaknesses or other things. But this only adds splash damage when you crit, which means if you miss or even hit, there is no splash damage. And it's equal to the number of weapon damage dice of the blast. So that's 1, maybe 2, and at the end of the game, 4 points of splash damage on a crit. Yeah, that's really bad. But as if water wasn't bad enough, when we scroll back up to the sort of the weapon chart, we can go back into it. So now we know that air, very dex focused, very awesome, has reach, is versatile, agile in both ranged and in melee, finesse, versatile bludgeoning, and really long range. Very good for dex, very good for being anything. But its critical specialization effect is you get to push them get to move them 5 feet. Not so good. Earth. Well, Earth, on the other hand, is pretty strong. It's D8, which is already a pretty good amount of damage. Again, these are pretty much one-handed because you're using one hand for this. And it has the forceful trait, which is, you know, you get a bonus to damage equal to the number of weapon dice as you keep hitting somebody. Honestly, I always kind of like forget about these and don't really care about them. But I mean, if you hit somebody once and then you hit them again, you might add an extra, you know, couple points of damage to the damage roll. Not nothing, but the damage is there. But mostly you're just doing this because you can knock them prone on a crit. And then at ranged, you get propulsive. So it's like a longbow. So if your strength is really good, then you're going to be adding your strength bonus. But of course, remember that you need dexterity still to attack at range. But then you're adding half your strength bonus. But the range increment is 20 feet. So that means that you can be attacking at ranged, doing D8 damage from 20 feet away, or potentially more than that, but just with a range penalty. And then if you crit, they're knocked prone. That's really, really powerful. I do like that they tried to keep this somewhat restricted because of the short range increment, but the fact remains is knocking prone at range is just so powerful that this is still incredibly powerful and incredibly good. Fire is D6 damage, so more than the air. It lacks the reach, but it does have the finesse and agile. So essentially, we can ignore the versatile for the most part. Essentially, you are giving up reach for an extra D6 points of damage. And of course, remember, if you crit with this, you catch them on fire, which is pretty good at low level, but kind of horrible at higher level. And then at ranged, it's the same thing, but you get 60 feet. So, you know, it's okay. Now, water. We get to water. Water is earth, but it gives up all of the bonuses like forceful and propulsive and the amazing critical spec for 10 extra feet of range. Earth is 20 feet of range. Water is 30 feet of range and has just a way worse critical specialization. Like earth, like forceful, like sweep. These are fairly inconsequential in my balance calculations. I just feel like this is a situation where earth is really, really good. And air and fire, I could see a value to both of them. Fire being an energy type damage, reasonable range. You get to use agile and finesse. Air, really good range, but shitty damage. And then water just doesn't get it done. Its critical specialization effect is the weakest, I think. And its traits, its weapon traits are just very, very underwhelming. So so that's what our elemental blasts do. All right. So let me check up here on the chat here. See if I missed anything here. Air's usefulness rises and falls with interesting terrain. I agree. I mean, you know, if you've been watching our Quest for the Frozen Flame AP, you'll know that I like to use big maps. And, you know, in the core game, like Crossbow has 120 foot range and it's got reloading problems, right? If you were playing in my Quest for the Frozen Flame game where I have like 200 foot wide maps, that 120 foot range in the air, you know, might be pretty reasonable. But remember, you're doing D4 damage and you're not adding anything. There's no propulsive. So you're just doing D4 damage at level 1 at range. It's a long way away, but it's just D4 damage. Meanwhile, someone with 18 strength and a long sword is doing D8 plus 4, or God forbid, someone with a maul or something doing D12 plus 4 damage. That's, they're doing 5 times as much damage as you are, roughly. That's a lot. Air should be able to at least pull people further in if they're in the air. Yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, I think air should mess people up when they're in the air, but we'll get to that. I mean, these are just the base damage, but in melee with water, do you just hit yourself? Yes, I think you would. I mean, for the 5 foot move, yes. If there is a pit of spikes or acid or off a ledge and you're pushing them around, and then that is cool. But they still get a save. They still get to try to grab an edge, I think. So even if that was the case, because it is forced movement, so they might still get saved. All right. So you pick up this core blast, and this is, for all intents and purposes, this is Eldritch Blast, right? This is I'm a warlock. I'm playing 5th edition. What am I going to be doing for most of this campaign? I'm going to be using Eldritch Blast. Your Kineticist, what are you going to be doing for most of this campaign? Elemental Blast. Right? I think we can all agree to that. And it looks like you're going to kind of have 2 options, which I think is going to be a sort of a dex-based build, which is likely going to be air and fire, or probably a strength-based build, which is going to be earth and water. And I think that feels kind of cool. It feels kind of appropriate. And yeah, I think that's fine. Obviously the strength-based build is still going to need dexterity because you're going to need that for your AC. You're only a light armor class, so we'll need to do that. Yes, mechanical twin Don Pokey, mechanical twin to the warlock. Max, I love how most weird D&D character builds only start to shine when fighting near cliffs. That's true. All right. So what else do we get at level 1? We get Adapt element, and this actually kind of expands as you go up through the level. This is the role playing. This is the cantrip, prestidigitation, druidcraft, orison ability. It does nothing. And you know, it is, don't get me wrong, it's a mechanical effect. It can, you know, actually make something happen, but it is mostly just flavor. Basically, you can choose some non-magical portion of an element that you can channel if it's within 10 feet of you, and it has to be unattended, it has to be a negligible, you know, it has to fit into a child's hand, it can't weigh anything, it can't be a part of anything, and, you know, you can, you know, make it dance, you can make it twitch, you know, you can move it a foot in any direction. You know, you can, if you have air, fire, water, you can change the temperature of the water. You can make the water hotter. You can make the water cooler. You know, if you have earth, you can sculpt it into a little crude statue. If it's, you know, air, you can give somebody the ability to breathe for a turn. So it's just like a little prestidigitation for funsies. It doesn't really affect anything. It's cool that Pathfinder 2 is a game where you have to have this ability, I guess, because if you didn't have this ability, then you couldn't do this. And when you are this cool airbender and you go, hey, instead of picking up my my walking stick, I just breathe, you know, I use a breeze of air and I bring it over to me from the corner of the room. Technically speaking, a GM would say, well, you can't do that. Well, with Adapt element, you can. So, and there's two ways you could think about this. That's cool. Or you could think about it like, this is very sad that we live in a world where this has to exist, because otherwise there's some GM out there that is going to say, you can't do that because you don't have an ability or an action or an activity that allows you to manipulate things for free. That's true, Boothby. At level 1, you cannot bring your staff over to you. It's too heavy. That is very true. Very sad. You bring your fishing rod over to you. Okay. At 3rd level, we get elemental resistance. And whenever you have that element resisted, you gain resistance to your level to damage that has that trait. And it's equal to your level, which is pretty good. Problem is, there aren't many things in the game, really, that have water traits and earth traits and air traits. There's probably a reasonable amount of things that have fire traits. A lot of fire creatures, fire breathing damages, fireballs. The other 3 elements tend to be a lot more. They're there. But this is something that I don't really think you can rely on. Obviously, this matters entirely on the adventure that you're playing or what your GM is doing. But the fact that it is equal to your level at least feels, you know, if I have summoned a nimbus of fire around me and I'm level 15 and now I have fire resistance 15, that feels appropriate and that feels right. I like that. So I have no problem with the ability. I think it's mostly simu flavor. I don't know how to, it's a new term, but it's like a simul flavor where it's mostly for flavor and sort of to have like a hint of simulationist, but it's, you know, I think this is fine. I think it's much stronger for fire. Okay. So as we go up, we get extract element. And this is, again, a very niche ability. It's so niche that I don't... I wonder how many times this would even come up. But basically, if you target a creature that has a trait equal to an element that you can summon, you can basically try to gather the element from that creature. They have to make a fort save, or they take fairly inconsequential damage, and you know, then you gather the energy. Now, the nice thing about this is, even if you fail, even if the creature succeeds against the fort save, they take half damage, but you still gather the element that you chose. So only if the creature critically fails, or I should say, even only if the creature critically succeeds at the fort save, are you screwed. They don't take any damage, and you didn't take any, you don't gain any element. But the problem with this is, if I'm fighting a fire elemental, cool, I can extract fire from the fire elemental and deal a couple of points of damage to it, and then I have fire, great. Except, what am I gonna do with my fire power against the creature that had the fire trait? One would assume that creature is probably fairly resistant to the energy that I just siphoned off of them. But, you know, it's fine. Who the heck cares says, read the rest of the ability. Okay. It does 2d4 damage. If the creature critically succeeds, the creature is unaffected and you do not steal its element. If you succeed, the creature takes if the creature, all dice rolls should be made with the fire. The creature takes half damage and you gather the element you choose. This element is tied directly to the material essence of the creature. The creature also takes -1 circumstance penalties to your save against it. If the target has a resistance that would apply against one of your impulses, ignore that resistance. Okay, cool. Very cool. If it would normally be immune, it instead has resistance equal to its level to the damage of the damage. Okay, so an immune creature is still going to be taking off 15 or 20 points of damage. But if it does have a resistance, you do break through that by extracting it. A+. Okay, cool. This lets you do something. All right, I approve. And again, that happens even if the creature succeeds. So that's fine. They made it so that immune goes to resistance equal to its level, which is probably more damage you can do with your blast. Yes. More or less. Yeah, it's absolutely better than gather elements. Number one, now granted, it has to be within 30 feet total entropy, so there's a restriction to that. Yeah, you're going to add in some chip damage to them. And they're going to be weak to your attack rolls. The only problem is if they critically succeed, because then you will have wasted your action. And the damage does scale every 3 levels. Remember, this is not like a spell level. This is your character level. So that means at level 4, this becomes 3d4 damage. And at level 7, it becomes 4d4 damage. So it's still fairly low as you go up through the game. So you get your Iron Will, your feats. We talked about the critical elements. All right, at level 7, you get Adapt Terrain. So you can now adapt an element with greater control and even create the element in limited qualities. You can use Adapt Element. Wait, well, that's a typo. Is it Adapt Terrain or is it Adapt Element? Oh, no, okay. It's using, you can use Adapt Element, which is the action, on a portion of an element within 30 feet, and now it doesn't have to be negligible bulk. It can be light bulk. And you can now add the following option to your adapt element action. Remember, before you could gather some element, move it, regulate it, sculpt it, sustain it. Now you can proliferate it. You can cause the element to spread. If it's in an unoccupied square, it grows to fill that square. This might cause the square to become difficult terrain or hazardous terrain as determined by the GM. Hazardous terrain you create this wheel deals damage equal to half your level. You can also use proliferate to spread an element that already fills a square into another square. After you proliferate an element, it reacts to the environment naturally. Water you proliferate into thin air will splash back down, and if you ran the water from a pool onto dry land, it might form mud or a new channel in the soil and would evaporate over time. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty cool. You can probably pretty action inefficient to use it inside of combat. But I think if you were using the proliferate ability with earth, and it could become difficult terrain or hazardous terrain. So you might be able to make the ground a mud pile or mud pool, and just every 2 actions you can proliferate it and spread that around, and maybe create an area. Again, I don't think it's very useful probably inside of combat, but I think it could be a fun exploration type activity and might even let you get into shenanigans. And clearly, if I light something on fire, I can use 2 actions and start spreading that fire around, each turn. I think that's pretty cool. Okay, we got some other normal stuff here. your class XP. Okay, so at 9th level, you get elemental flexibility. So this is very similar to the fighter's ability. When you make your daily preparations, you gain 1 elemental impulse feat of 8th level or lower that you don't already have, and you get it until your next daily preparation. So at 9th level, you can choose any of the feats from 1, 2, 4, or 6, or 8, and gain it for that day. And remember, if you have the universal gate, you get 1 feat of your choice that you can change each day of level 1. So assuming you went universal, you'll be taking 2 feats, which you can change each day. 1 of level 1 and 1 of level 8 or lower. But even if you choose dual gate or singular focus, you at least get this 1 versatile feat. Again, if you're only dedicated to 1 feat, it's basically just you get a versatile feat and it's got to be that element. But hey, you know, it's interesting. I think this is their way of giving you some ability similar to a, you know, like a wizard or a prepared caster, where you can kind of change out what is it you could do. And sorcerers can't do that except for retraining or leveling up, but they have access to scrolls, and they have access to wands, and they have access to staves. So they have a little bit of versatility in their casting, even if it doesn't seem like they do, because they are spontaneous casters. So this elemental flexibility is a way to give the Kineticist a little bit of that caster versatility that certainly prepared casters have in droves, and the sorcerer at least gets mostly through magical items like staves, wands, and scrolls. Okay. We get our evasion at 11. Also at 11, we get pure adaptation. Our inner gate can now filter elements around you, bringing them closer to the true form. You can use that adapt element, remember that's a 2-action activity, on a portion of element within 60 feet of you and 1 bulk or lower. We're still not quite at the flick mace, but we're getting closer. So now we can move a bulk. Now we might be able to bring over that walking staff with a little bit of air, or we might be able to you know, lift up that I don't know, large dinner plate off the ground with a wave of earth, because we can do 1 bulk. And we add the following ability. We can now purify the element. We can remove pollutants from air or water, or expel plants from the soil. We cannot change the grade of it or anything like that. But if it's something would be a problem, we can even use it to counteract that impurity using our class DC -10 for the check. Again, probably not going to come up a ton, but it's more, I think it's more like in that simu flavor, where it's flavorful, but it's also kind of simulation-y. It just feels like this is something that someone who is a master of the elements should be able to do. All right, then we pick up that mastery. So remember, this tells you this is not a war priest. This is a DPS class. They get mastery at level 13. Just like the barbarian and the ranger and the monk and everybody else. They are a master at attacking. They pick up their light armor expertise. They're just a little bit behind on the defensive part. They get greater juggernaut, and their key stat is constitution. So they are just going to have a monster fort save. They pick up greater weapon spec like everybody else. At 15th, they get improved elemental flexibility. Again, just like the fighter, who gets 2 flexibility features, they get 2 flexibility features. Your inner gate becomes even more adaptable. When you use elemental flexibility, you can gain 2 elemental feats instead of 1. The first still has to be 8th level or lower, but now the second can be 14th level or lower. And again, we talked about this with the first time we talked about elemental flexibility. This is making up for the fact that you don't get scrolls, staves, and wands, and you're not a prepared caster, so that means you need something in order to be able to adapt and change, you know, your loadout, I suppose, for the day. 2 feats is, I mean, I had it as a fighter. I'll be honest with you. When I had it as a fighter, those 2 feats were pretty much the same feats pretty much every day. But because of the way that these class has so many different abilities and so many different feats, maybe you get more better use out of this with this one. So at 17, you become immune when you are. So at 70 level, you summon Earth. You are immune to anything with the Earth trait. And if you summon fire, you are immune to anything with the fire trait. Cool. Now remember, I don't really weight anything that you gain at 17th level or higher very highly. Most campaigns don't get high at this high level. Hell, so many of the APs nowadays can't even get that high. But most campaigns will die, and even if you do get this high, you're probably only be playing it for a couple of levels. So it's really not that cool. But if you're going to have an ability at this level, it should be very powerful, and this does feel pretty powerful. At 17, you finally get your Master class DC. 19, you get your Armor to Master, and then you get your final gate at 19, almost to the point of not making a difference, but you are permanently quickened, but you can only use that extra action to gather an element. So finally, at 19th level, now we don't have to waste a action in order to gather our elements. So if we want, each round, we could gather a new element, or we could gather an element for free, and then we can use an overflow ability, which extinguishes the gathered element, and then the next turn, we can regather our element and not have to waste an action because we are permanently quickened to gather. So that are our key features or that is the features for the Kineticist. Now, thanks to Shadram, who tipped $20, we are into the bonus of the levels 1, 2, 4, and 6 feats. So I am going to cover those. If we can get an additional $20, we will cover the 8, 10, and 12. And if we can get 20 more after that, we'll cover the 14 and the 16. And if we can get 20 more after that, we'll cover the 18 and the 20. But thanks to Shadram's donation, we are going to keep going. So before we get into this, let's talk about what we have so far. We have a Warlock who is going to, on paper, be blasting a lot. They have this interesting constitution, which I think creates a lot of mad problems. I personally believe that if you're a damage dealing class, you should start Pathfinder 2 with an 18. This class will not be able to start with an 18 in Dex or an 18 in Strength. And that means whether they are using ranged attacks or whether they are using melee attacks, they are going to, at best, have a 16. That I don't like. I just don't like. I understand that they might think it's for balance purposes, but I don't like it. I don't know how else to say it, but I just don't like it. And there are going to be levels, like at level 5. Well, okay, again, I'm assuming this is a mistake. At level 5, everybody's going to go to expert, and they're still at trained. As written, this is like the War Priest. As written, that means that they are now going to be 2 points behind their other damage dealing classes. Because at level 5, their ability score will go up, let's say dexterity if they're a range attacker. Kineticist, their 16 dex will go to an 18, which is great. And the counterparts 18 will go to a 19, which doesn't give them any additional bonus. But they go to expert, which means they gained +2 and you only gained +1, and you were already 1 behind them. So, that sucks. But then at 7, you catch up. But I mean, 5 and 6 would be really shitty in this class because you'd be a primary attacker and you would be 2 points behind the barbarian, the ranger, and the monk, and the rogue, and you'd be 4 points behind the fighter. Come on, no. That's got to be a mistake. But even then, I don't think that this class should be 1 point behind at all. I think you should figure out a way to let people attack. Hitting is fun. Missing sucks. And this is a class that has to jump through extra hoops in order to even be able to attack. So I don't really love this key ability constitution, especially because they did not include the burn ability from Pathfinder 1, which means hit points really don't do a whole lot for you. I mean, other than just give you more hit points, it bumps your class DC, and that's it. And, as we'll get into this, but, nothing we've seen so far uses your class DC. So, I just feel like, and if I'm going to have a lower attack roll, then I feel like I should be some sort of damage monster, right? But you're not. I mean, 18 strength fighter or barbarian, they're adding that +4 damage not only to their attack roll, or sorry, their +4 not only to their attack roll, they're adding it to their damage roll as well. So, you're behind on attack and damage. And so I'm not sold on that. So hitting is fun, missing sucks. True. Yes. I'm very smart. Well, holy shit.
Tip $100. Feats are afoot.
All right. Well, John, hallelujah, buddy. Well, John just took care of everything, everybody. Good on you, John. Looks like we're doing the whole damn class. So, John, this one's for you. That's very nice.
Strong.
John, I really appreciate that. I love that you supporting the channel, supporting the show. I love that you want to have these conversations, and can't thank you enough. That's awesome. Thanks, buddy. Really appreciate it. All right, guys. Well, if you want a tip, if you want to show your appreciation, stream elements, super chats, you can put those in. But John and Shadram took care of everything, so we can get to it. All right. So John Bonanza, cheers, buddy. Cheers. All right. Well, luckily, Shadram, this is only a playtest class, so we don't have the quite huge exhaustive list. But John is John. What a legend! I completely agree. So thank you very much, buddy. So let's get into this, folks. Let's dig into this. And again, if you have any questions or thoughts, concerns, bring them up in the chat. I try to read everything. Unlike most people, my camera, and I have a teleprompter here, so when I'm looking at the camera, I'm actually reading chat. So cheers, John. Cheers. Have I looked at the feat list? Yes, list yet, Derek. Total entry, I have read it. I have not gone super detailed into it. So, I'd consider the pro strength dex argument a lot more stronger if they weren't consistent in the design pattern. They laid this trap in Investigator and have done it 3 times since. Yeah, I agree with that statement, Don Pokey. I think this is true. I think this is true. Like, I digress. It's tough because this class. Here's why this is especially tough. This class needs dexterity. They have light armor, and I don't care if your key ability is Constitution. Like, hit points don't matter as much in Pathfinder 2. You really need that AC, or you're gonna get crit a lot. So this class kind of needs dex, and it kind of needs strength too, because if you're unless you're content with doing very little damage. And if you did manage to put yourself at like a 16 strength, well, then your dexterity is at best, I think, going to be 14, which means your AC is going to be really kind of low, and your Constitution is probably only going to be a 14 then. So your hit points aren't even going to be that good. So yeah, it's gonna be a problem. Now, granted, you'll be able to hit and do damage, but I should point out that even with that situation, you're doing 1d8 plus 3 damage at a lower AC than all your other martial character types, and with less damage because the other people are going to be doing 1d8 plus 4. So, you kind of get priced in. You kind of get locked in. Exactly, John. You got to be, they give you a lot of options, but as who was saying this about the traps? Don Pokey was saying this. You got to be careful because they give you all these options, but they don't say whether or not they're going to be a good idea. You could very easily end up in a situation where you have a bunch of feats and abilities that you can't actually really use effectively. And the worst case scenario would be that you don't know that those are horrible options. You take them and then you're using them all the time and you don't understand why you're not hitting or why you're not effective as you want to be. And that can be problematic as well. And then there are some cool abilities, by the way, that we'll get into here, but they use your class DC, which, as we mentioned before, is Constitution. And we've been maybe trying to stay away from Constitution, whereas the Charisma or the Wizard with their Intelligence, or the Sorcerer with their Charisma, or the Cleric with their Wisdom, that's at 18. That's the highest level they can be at. And they get the benefit of that to their full DC. So this Kineticist is in a situation where if they don't put points into their Constitution, then their class DC is going to be low, which means any of the cool abilities that rely on class DC are going to be kind of trivially easy, or at least significantly easier, maybe to the tune of 2 to 3 points, than they would be if you were an equivalent caster. And by the way, remember that our equivalent casters eventually get master and then legend. This class only becomes a master in class DC at level fucking 19? No, 17. So up until 17th level, you're expert. That's what casters got at 7. And their int or charisma or wisdom is probably max, double maxed. But you're not maxing your con. You probably didn't even start with an 18 in it because you needed those points to even try to be able to hit with your dex or hit with your strength. And you couldn't start with an 18 either way. So you're in this situation here where your class DC isn't really that good, your AC isn't really that good, and your strength isn't really that good. And somehow you need all 3 of them. So I think you're in this weird design space where you get to do a lot of things, but the way that the math works out, and we say this all before, it's why it's one of our exclusive emoji options, which is for people who are members of the channel, which is the math is tight, and the reason why we have that as sort of a joke is because the way that Pathfinder works out, it is kind of it can be kind of a problem sometimes. It is the alchemist problem to a certain degree, but at least the alchemist gets medium armor proficiency. A lot of it, yes, John, a lot of it is what everyone hates about the alchemist, but a little bit amplified. And I mean, we'll get into this. We're going to do all the feats, but I think as a design paradigm, it fundamentally struggles because you really do need those three stats. You need con, you need strength, and you need dex to a certain degree. And otherwise you're just going to be behind the curve the whole game. And you're not getting the same return on investment that some of the other classes are getting for this. All right, so let's move into it. Now remember, the way that these feats work is we have these basic kineticist feats that are sort of divided into sort of 5 areas. We have general feats. You'll notice that all of these feats have the kineticist trait. Okay. They all have the kineticist trait. But then there are also 4 categories for air, earth, water, or fire and water. And those all have the kineticist and the trait of whatever type it is. And so when you get feats at level 1, or level 2 or 4 or 6, or we said before, remember, depending on your gate, you're either going to start with 3 bonus feats, 2 level 1 bonus feats, or 1 versatile bonus feat. You're going to be able to pick any one of these level 1 feats. So there's feats all over the place. Brutus says, it kind of sucks that the system design really hampers any martial that doesn't have a strength dex keep. 100%. Yes. I would think that the kinetic knight with medium armor efficiency and strength and key ability would help a lot. Yes, agreed. All they really need is a special ability to boost their attack. Yes. And I was paid to do them all. Yes, Kay, Swiss Deck, and I'm happy to do it. All right, so we'll start here. And of course, if you have any thoughts or comments, leave them in the chat. And hey, John was really nice to knock that out. Shadram got us started, but if you feel like throwing your support in as well, I'm not gonna say no. I appreciate all of you. All right, Elemental Familiar is a familiar. You get this at level 1. Like other familiars, you can ask you in various things. So this is a familiar. My first thought on this is this class is going to be extremely action starved. You are going to want not just baseline feats, you're also going to want your elemental feats. You'll probably never need or take a familiar. But you might. By the way, remember we were talking before about maybe tanking your constitution so that you could actually have a strength to be useful in melee, or have a dexterity so that you can actually have a reasonable armor class and potentially hit things at range. Well, guess what? The familiar uses your constitution modifier to determine its perception, acrobatics, and stealth modifier. So if you tank your constitution, you also fuck over your familiar. So there's also that. But it is a cool little elemental. So that's neat. Also, take this out of context. Take this out of context. A small creature made of elemental matter springs forth from your inner gate. We'll just leave it at that. But again, I don't think you're going to get a lot of use out of that. You're action starved, and supposedly your class should be doing cool, versatile things anyway. So, but it's there if you want to take it. All right, elemental weapon. So this is a bit like The Witch from Arcana Unearthed, which was a Monty Cook production from the it's probably from the early 2000s. When you summon elemental energy, you summon it into a deadly weapon. This also sounds a lot like the Eldritch, what is it called? There's definitely an Eldritch Blast that lets you, is it Hexblade or something from 5th edition? Very similar. When you gather element, you can shape that element into the form of a weapon you can wield in the hand you use to gather. One hand. When you select this feat, choose one element you can channel and one type of weapon. So it's locked in. You have to choose your element, and you have to choose your weapon. The weapon must be one-handed, simple, or martial weapon. It must be common, or you have to have access to it. So no flick maces. The weapons... Well, maybe you can you? It must be a one-handed, simple, or martial weapon, and you have to have access to it. Okay. No, I think you could still flick mace it. Pack the blade. Thank you. That's my lack of 5e knowledge showing. Yes, a gnome you could flick mace. Awesome. You know what? For the first time ever, like a water flick mace or like an air flick mace or even a fire flick mace, that's like the first time flick mace actually makes sense and is kind of cool. The weapon's damage type matches your elemental blast, and it uses your proficiency with your blast, and you can change it with 1 day of retraining. The weapon is still the gathering element and can be used for everything else that you could normally be used for. So yeah. This is... Yeah. I mean, it basically turns your elemental blast into a one-handed weapon. So if you're not happy with what these proficiencies give you or these baseline damages give you, like if you don't want your air to be D4 slashing, agile, air, finesse, reach, versatile B, you could make it an air flick mace and go to town. So but now of course Total interested. The only issue is you're not trained in martial weapons. No, strikes with the elemental weapon. Use your proficiency with elemental blasts. So your proficiency with elemental blasts is tied to your unarmed proficiency. So you can actually you can hit with this thing. You can hit with this thing. But Don Pokey, I think, raises an interesting point here. So this gets complicated, but the long story short is most of the time this is going to be better than your blast. It's true. You're going to, I mean, this is very true. Unfortunately. Now, I will say that the advantage of your gathered element is that you can use it technically as a melee weapon and as a ranged weapon. Is this, if you choose the form of a ranged weapon or you choose the form of a melee weapon, you're kind of locked into that. If my earth comes out as a sword, then I can't use it as a ranged attack. But I think so. Oh, the weapon is still the gathered element and can be used for impulses and so on. It can be used for elemental blasts or standard strikes, provided they're melee blasts or strikes if you chose a melee weapon. Yeah, so for the most part, I mean, earth is still pretty good, but you could make an air longsword and have it do D8 damage. Now, it would be melee and it would be a longsword, so it would be using strength. It wouldn't have agile. It wouldn't have finesse. It wouldn't even remotely be air-like at all. I'm going to say I don't like this feat. And the reason I don't like this feat is because you just set up this whole system for using elemental energy to do these very elemental feeling weapon strikes using air blasts or earth punches or fire blasts. And then you give us this feat that just lets us say, yeah, we don't want to play with that system. Just give me a longsword or flick mace. It just feels silly and stupid. And why does my air longsword no longer have any of the traits or thoughts or feel like of an air weapon? An earth longsword, an air longsword, a fire longsword are all exactly the same under this feat in this system. I don't like that. I think that's too homogenous, and I think that is, yeah, I just don't like it. I agree, Don Pokey. It'd be very cool if it somehow merged or mixed or something, the traits and critical specs, but it's like, I don't know. I don't like this feat just because of that. I don't like that it's just a flat-out replacement. In some instances, this is probably, a good, the classic, I was raised by gnomes, and now I have an elemental flick mace. But now you're just using a flick mace. No, total entropy. You can use ranged blast with a melee weapon. You can. It says, strikes with the elemental weapon, use your proficiency with elemental blast. Sorry. It can also be used for elemental blasts or standard strikes. Provided that they're melee blasts or strikes if you chose a melee weapon. Okay, so never mind. You are correct. So they... poorly worded, but basically, if I make an air longsword, I can still make a air melee attack using these traits and this damage. But I can't make a ranged air attack anymore because a longsword, or air longsword, is a ranged weapon. Anyways, the anti-flavor feat. Flick mace always remains an advanced weapon. I don't know. I thought it treats it as a martial weapon, but maybe you're right. All right, flexible blast, level 1. Whenever your physical prowess is, you can adapt your blast to suit it. You can give any melee elemental blast you make the finesse trait, allowing you to use its dexterity for its attack roll, and you can give any ranged elemental blast you make the brutal trait, allowing you to use the strength for its attack roll. This kind of sort of feels like a feat tax to me. If you're in the earth or water. Now, granted, remember, these classes kind of need dexterity because you need it for the AC, but you also want strength to be able to do damage. But if I was like a high dexterity, I would just choose earth and then take flexible blast so that I could use my earth as finesse. Or if I, for some odd reason, am fine with having a shitty AC, I just stack strength, I take flexible blast, and give it the brutal trait. Guess what? This feat is probably auto. It's probably like one of those auto takes. Because you want to be able to be ranged and melee, right? And you're not going to have both a good dex and a good strength. And this lets you focus on everything. So yeah. Yeah, there's a world where you get medium and heavy armor proficiency, and this is a trade-off. Right now, it's an auto pick. Yeah, agreed. Now, remember, you get a level 1 feat for being a kineticist, and you also get, potentially, 3 bonus level 1 feats. So, take that with a grain of salt. Now, how do we want to do this? I'm going to put a poll up in the chat. Do we want to do all the feats in order? Do we want to do generic feats, then air feats, then water feats? Shaldrum and John took care of us. We're going to do all of them, but do you guys want to go in order of section or by level? So, I'll do the Matt Mercer. So, all right, poll's going up. You guys let me know. Do you want me to do it by group? We'll just do all the groups. Or do you want to do it by level? So we'll do all the level 1 feats, then we'll go back. We'll do all the level 2 feats, yada, yada, yada. We got like 70 people in here, so we should get a good vote. Oh, boy. Yeah, this flexible blast kind of feels like a feat tax, right? Like this feat exists to fix the problem that is caused by having the multiple attribute dependency. And so it feels kind of like a tax, just a little bit. Don't the bonus feats at first level have to be impulse? They do, Brutus the Cat, but remember the Kineticist does get a level 1 feat normally. They get a normal level 1 class feat, so you could take this still. But yes, the 3 bonus or 2 bonus or 1 bonus feat that you get from your gate does have to be an impulse. Total entropy, I believe the answer is no. You cannot. Because yes, the weapon is still the gathered element, and you can only have 1 element gathered at a time. Let's not pretend we're not taking natural ambition as well. That's probably fair, Badum. All right. Oh boy, we're really close here. All right, we got 29 votes, but with just a slim margin, it is by group. So we're gonna do these by group. So, all right. So second level. These are again our generic, non-elemental based. Kinetic activation. Rather than incantations and gestures, you can use your inner gate to directly unlock the potential of elementally empowered magical items. You can activate magical items that require you to be able to cast a spell, provided you activate them to cast a spell with the same elemental nature as an element that you can channel. For example, if you can channel fire, you could activate a scroll of fireball. Now, obviously, not every spell has fire, water, earth, or air traits. There's probably a lot more spells that have the fire trait, but you don't have probably not going to be tricking many magical items. So if you do want to be able to use certain magical items, then this is an interesting feat. I like this feat. I think this gets pretty cool. I also agree with Don Pokey, who says that with the elemental book, you'll probably get a lot more feats that have water traits, earth traits, etc. traits. Also, for the most part, those traits really have never mattered. Earth, water, earth. There might be a lot of feats in your core rulebook or in the other books that have like randomly have the earth trait, and we just never paid attention to it before. So I like this feat. It's cool. It gives you a whole new aspect to your character. It feels neat that your character is able to use your sort of bending and elemental mastery to unlock these magical abilities that are tied to that element. I think it's very flavorful. I think it's very fun. I think it gives your character a lot of dimension. And for a level 2 feat, yeah, I think that's pretty good. I like it. I approve. Good feat. That was kinetic activation. And and you know what? There's no check. There's no bullshit. It's just it does the thing. So that's cool. Voice of elements. This has the divination trait. Interesting. And this does have impulse. So remember, we talked before about the traits. This means that in order to use this, you have to have a element gathered. One action. That's interesting, Christopher. They might do that. I don't think we'll see, Christopher. They don't like to do errata, but we'll see. All right, voice of elements. You can speak with the secret tones of elements that you can channel, finding words in the crackle of flame, the grinding of stone. You gain 3 benefits related to the element you have gathered, all of which last as long as that gathered element remains. So you can speak the language of that element, Auran, Terran, Ignan, Aquan. Okay. Now, we'll get into this later. I'm going to tell you right up. I like this feat. But it's very flavorful. It's very fun. But in a game like Pathfinder 2, where you are very hard up for feats, it's going to be pretty tough to find a way to include feats like this in your repertoire. I mean, you get 11 of these bad boys, right? 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. And as cool as this power may be, it's just, you've got blast feats to take, air feats to take, fire feats to take. It's just really, really tough. And as cool as this feat might be, I'm telling you right now, feats like this are going to be very hard for you to justify when you're in the game, when you're playing your adventure path, when you know that you're going to be going up against severe, encounters. You're going to look down at your sheet and see voice of elements and go, man, I wish this was frickin' kinetic activation. And, we'll see how it goes. Shadram says, I thought you could only gather elements in encounter mode, so you can only talk to elementals in combat. Actually, Shadram, that is not at all correct. You can gather elements anytime, any place. Let's see. You can just gather elements whenever you want. In fact, you can gather fire and use it as a torch. So, pretty cool. All right. I'm gonna try not to go back anymore. So, voice the elements. You can speak some random elemental language. You can communicate with mindless elementals on a basic level as long as your elemental nature matches their element, and this allows you to make diplomacy, to make an impression on them, and to make very simple requests. Very cool, right? And you get a +2 circumstance bonus to charisma-based skill checks, and your charisma, by the way, with this class is going to be awful. Made against elements. Very fun, very flavorful, very appropriate. You'll never take it. F. It's like, yeah, I mean, you know, it's just not good. Should have been a ribbon class feature, not a class feat. I don't know if that it should have been that, Ranziel, but yeah, you know, it's tough. Mechamaya, pretty sure you can start combat with elemental gathered like having weapon drum. Absolutely. Like you could have fire gathered and be using it like a torch as you make your way through the encounter, and then boom, you start throwing fireball. Absolutely. So it's very cool. Yes, kinetic aura is like the stance where you have to be in encounter mode. All right. So just like Eldritch Blast has a bunch of invocation upgrades in 5th edition that you can slap onto your Eldritch Blast, like Eldritch Spear to give it more range, and Eldritch whatever to give it more damage, to let you add your charisma bonus to the damage, to the D10, so just a D10, and now D10 plus your charisma. Eldritch Spear to make the range go from like 30 feet to 120 feet or something ridiculous. There are a bunch of these blast feats that sort of modify your ability to make blast. Now remember, it's called blast, but in Kineticist land, a blast can be melee using your strength, or it could be blast ranged. So even though it's called blast, think just elemental attack. It could be melee, or it could be ranged. But Blast Barrage is kind of a trap feat. It's 2 actions and lets you make 3 attacks. But your multiple attack penalty applies normally on all these strikes. That means for 2 actions, you're making 3 attacks. Not bad, but you're making a 3rd attack at -10. Maybe there's a world where you're using air and somehow, because it's agile and you're fighting a lot of lower level creatures, but they got to be against different targets. It's not a good feat. You know, the fact of the matter is, I don't care if they are much lower level than you. I don't care if you have agile, unless you have something like the Ranger's Flurry ability to really, really, really lower the penalty for that, you know, that 3rd map, that -10, that -8 or whatever. Even at -8, it's just not worth making. I mean, those attacks are so useless unless you're fighting something that's so low level that the wizard is meleeing it with the longsword anyway, so it doesn't even matter. It's just, this is just a bad one. So it could have been cool. There's a million ways this could have been cool, but it's not. And so we'll move on. Okay, Command Elemental. Now, this is our first example of an overflow feat. So you can see here that this has the overflow. Now, it has impulse, so we do have to have an element gathered, but it has overflow. And that means after we complete this activity, that gathered element that we have, that smoldering ring of fire, that field of shimmering water, that blast of air that's been circling around us, gets dissipated. It gets used up in making this powerful effect, which means we kind of suck. And that means we're going to have to take another action to regather that elemental energy. Now, we could go to a different element, or we could summon the same element, of course, because this class does go all day forever. There's no focus points. There's no spell slots. But be aware that there is essentially a hidden feat tax, or not feat tax, sorry. There's a hidden action tax on all of these things with overflow, because that's kind of where it feels a little bit like the Magus, where you get to do your cool spell strike, but now you got to kind of reload that spell strike and essentially burn an action just to get your elemental energies going again. So, Command Elemental, similar to the Extract Elemental, very cool ability, but very limited because it only works against elemental creatures. You grasp the animating force within an elemental creature and bend it to your will. Choose a creature within 30 feet that has the elemental trait as well as the trait matching the element you have gathered. You've gathered fire. It's fire. We can dance. The elemental creature becomes controlled by you if its level is equal to or lower than your level -3, or slowed 1 for as long as you sustain the effect if its level is equal to your level of -2 or higher. So if it's basically super trivial to you, you control it. If it's lower level than you to higher level than you, it's slowed 1, but you have to be sustaining. So you're trading action for action. And it gets to make a will save against what? Your class DC. And your class DC is decided by what? Your constitution score. And what have we tried to avoid maybe maxing out because we really need our strength and our dexterity? Our constitution score. Yikes. If the target is already under someone else's command, it can't be slowed by this ability, and the controlling creature also rolls a saving throw with using the better result. If it critically succeeds, it's unaffected. If it succeeds, it's unaffected. If it fails, they are controlled or slowed for up to a minute, and you have to continue to sustain it. And if it's critically failure, you get to control it or slow it for up to an hour, but you're still sustaining the impulse. So you're still trading action for action. Still not amazing. Number one, this only works against elements. So the creature has to have that elemental trait. So that already is such a small subset of monsters. What are we talking about? Secondly, they get to make a save. And then thirdly, if they do make the save, I'm priced into sustaining this. Not that amazing. Very cool. Very cool. But not very good. Don Pokey says, I heavily respect that they made this slowed 1. Big upgrade from the Book of the Dead ones that do nothing against level -2 and up. Well, this is probably them. That's what they went with. That was the safe road. This is them maybe trying to push into this. Now, that being said, the creature gets to make a save. It doesn't have the incapacitation, but if they're higher level than you, there's no effect on a success. It's a little brutal for 2 actions, and it's got the overflow. So it's kind of like virtually like 3 actions. So you did 3 actions to put slow 1 on them that you have to sustain. That's asking a lot. All right, level 6 is Cycling Blast. Now, you don't get this if you don't have, if you only have 1 gate. So note, this has impulse. That means you already have to have an element gathered, say fire. 2 elements dance in quick succession. In either order, you can make an elemental blast and then gather energy, or you can gather an element and then make an elemental blast. You must gather a different element. What does this let me do? Let's say I have fire going. For 1 action, I can make a fire blast and then switch to earth. Or I have fire going for 1 action, I could switch to earth and then make an earth blast. So I'm basically getting a 1+1 action on my action economy. Or another way to look at it is, this lets you make a free strike or a free blast strike whenever you switch elements. So if you are in earth mode and you want to switch over to fire mode, this lets you get a free blast when you do so. If you're switching elements a lot, yeah, I mean, this will come up. You know, there are some powers which rely on your attack roll, like blast, but there are some that rely on your class DC, and that means multiple attack penalty will not affect that. I think some of your more powerful turns might be doing something like blasting. Then now you have multiple attack penalty, and then with 2 actions, you use an action, use a 2-action activity, probably that has overflow, to do, you know, the big thing. To do like a big area effect or cone, but that uses your class DC, so your multiple attack penalty doesn't matter. Won't this let you overflow, gather, then blast? It sure does, Brutus the Cat. You could, for example, I could have water. Oh, no, Brutus the Cat, it doesn't. No, it has impulse. After I overflow, I don't have anything gathered. That means I can't use Cycling Blast because it has impulse. So it only works if I currently have an elemental energy go. Now, I can blast, swap, overflow. Yes, that I can do. So for example, let's say I'm in fire mode and I want to use my water overflow ability. So what I can do is I can start my turn off with a blast from water, blast from fire, and then switch into water, and then that's one action. Then I can use my 2-action water, say AoE cone, that is also overflow. And now I'm have no energy, but in that turn, I was able to make a blast, swap, and do an overflow. The attack, the blast, used map. The AoE cone did not use map, it used my class DC, and so I kind of got the best of both worlds. Could be interesting. I think I'd have fun with it. If I'm dual gate, it's because I want to be, yin yang, earth, air, fire, water. Like I want to be going back and forth, fire, earth, magma thing. I don't know. So yeah. Right. Don Pokey, I agree. It's either going to be terrible or amazing. So, all right. Stoke Element. So this only works if you're dedicated. So this is the opposite of Cycling Blast, which has to be dual or universal. Stoke is only if you are the one person. And again, this is Impulse, not Overflow. You feed more elemental power into the element you've gathered, causing it to grow more potent. You can't use another impulse this turn, but the first time you use one on your next turn that has a damage roll, you get a +2 status bonus to the damage or a +4 status bonus to the damage if it has the overflow trait. This bonus only applies to the initial damage roll, not to any ongoing effects. So you are burning an action to do +2 damage. At level 10, it goes to 3/6, at 4/8, and 5/10. And it, unlike some of our meta magic feats, it goes over. Now, you can't use another impulse this turn, which basically means you can't use your blast. So this is what you do at the end of your turn. The end of the turn, you have your third action, you stoke your element, you build up this damage bonus, and then the next turn, the first time you use it, ideally you would use something with overflow that is like an AoE so that you really get the damage bonus, the most bang for your buck, like a big area of effect cone or line or blast, and then you're adding on some sort of sick +4 damage or +6 damage. Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty cool. Again, I think action economy is going to be pretty important to this class because you're going to, you're going to be having to regain your energy a lot, but I think it's pretty cool. I mean, it's definitely the blaster caster part, definitely important to have that. 8th level, they gave us 1 feat, but I remember there's the air, there's the earth, there's the water. So let's see, stoke, then you overflow plus a gather, and then a blast plus something else, and a stoke. Yeah. Something like that, total entropy. I mean, there's a lot of interesting like play patterns and like, that develop out. I mean, personally, the idea of like this bender, I mean, I think the sorcerer should have this. The idea of, let me put an example. In 13th Age, I don't know where my 13th Age book is, but in the 13th Age game, which is a kind of a mix between 3rd edition D&D and 4th edition D&D, there is a class called the Sorcerer. And one of the actions they can take is called Gather Power. And they don't do anything that turn, they just gather power. And then the next turn, they can cast a spell, they can do something, and it just does double damage. And it's this big, epic, destructive, powerful super wave. And that's pretty awesome. I like the idea of this bender, with the fire and going like, gathering in. Yeah, K-Swiss deck. It's like the poor man's HTS. Horizon Flame / water. All right. Aura shaping. Well, we have to have a kinetic aura impulse, which we don't have yet, but maybe we will get there. Remember, the auras by default, those are like our kinetic auras are like stances. Usually you enter them for 2 actions. If you want to switch to a new one, usually it costs 1 action, or it costs 1 action less. It's essentially like a stance, and it's 10 foot. This lets us shape it. We can make it a 15-foot emanation or a 20-foot emanation, and we can designate a number of creatures equal to our Constitution modifier. These creatures are either immune to the benefits of the kinetic aura or are immune to its damage and its drawbacks. AKA, okay, there's a couple really important parts about this feat. 1, I like that it lets you either exclude damage or exclude beneficial. 2. This is the biggest thing about this feat. This just shows you Paizo's listening. Maybe they're not. Maybe, are they listening to me? Are they listening to me? I don't know. But they're listening to somebody. Because at 12th level, you don't need another feat. It just works. Now you can make your emanation go to 25 and 30. From 10. I've said before, when you get higher level, the game changes. It becomes bigger scale. The monsters are bigger. The party is faster. You now have 50-foot movement speeds or 60-foot movement speeds. You're flying. You're fighting huge creatures, gargantuan creatures, things that are 3x3 or 4x4 on your 5-foot scale grid. These 10-foot auras, like the champion's 15-foot reaction thing, are just a joke. They just don't work. The game falls apart. I'm not saying that this is a feat tax, because you might not need this if you're not big into the kinetic auras. But if you are using kinetic auras and you're using them, this is a really cool feat. I like what it does. I like that it lets you use your ability and continue to use your ability as the game goes on. If you don't need it, you don't take it. And if you can make it work with 10 feet and you're hitting your allies or whatever, then you don't need to take it. But if you do take it, it takes a lot off your plate, and I like that. I think this is a good feat. Chain Blast. Level 10, theme's broken. So, it's 2 actions, it's an impulse. You make a ranged elemental blast within your blast's first range element. So let's say we're using fire, we've got 60 feet. So we make a 60-foot range fire blast. If it hits, we can now attempt a new range elemental blast from the target against a different creature that is within 60 feet of that creature. And our multiple attack penalty stays the same. We can keep chaining blasts this way up to a 5 blasts. And for all intents and purposes, that's pretty much every fight. You can't target the same creature more than once. It's just like chain lightning. It turns your blast, more or less, into chain lightning. It's using an attack roll, not a reflex save, so don't get me wrong, there's differences. But as long as you keep hitting, you could hit up to 5 creatures with this, and that 60-foot range isn't from you. It's 60 foot to the first target, and then within 60 feet of the second target, and then 60 feet, and then only after you're all done does your multiple attack penalty increase. For 2 actions, being able to make 2 or 3 or 4 basically 0 map attacks, this feat is busted. I mean, I personally feel that this feat is really, 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 really good. Fun, exciting. It's probably going to get Paizo's razor to shit. I don't think a stoked element would apply to second targets. It would not, Booth B. It's very clearly that these are separate attacks, and the stoked element only works on your first attack. This is not part of a feat chain. I think that's what you meant to say, Brutus. And yeah, that's why this is really good. Love it, but rip if you miss on that first attack. Yes, that's actually right. This should be a high level feat. 10 is just too much. I agree. You get this before Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning, you don't get to level 13. And by the way, remember, this is an impulse. This isn't overflow. This is not overflow. You could do this every round and still have a third action to do something else. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. This does not consume your gathered elements. So this thing is gonna probably change. Would be my guess. It's just too good, and I like it, and it's fun, and it would make the game interesting and fun, and you would have a lot of fun with it, and so clearly it's going to be destroyed. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's really good. Not like, and when I say it's busted or broken, I don't think it's like gonna break the game, because fundamentally this only works when you're fighting a bunch of lower level targets. And I just think it's fun, but I do think in my mind, it's gonna get removed, or changed. All right, deconstruct element is a reaction. You need to be dedicated. That's the one where you only get 1 element. You can only use it once per 10 minutes, and you're targeted by an effect that has the trait matching the element that you can channel. Your absolute dedication to a single element lets you attempt to gain control of it even when it's in the service of another. You attempt to counteract the effect. If you successfully counteract the effect and have a hand free, you can choose to catch some of the attack, allowing you to immediately gather that element as part of the reaction. It's a little bit strange because, again, this is going to be very, very circumstantial. You have to be in a situation where they're firing something at you. This is dedicated, so it has to be the one element that you can fight against. You can only use it once every 10 minutes. So it's cool, but I don't think it'll come up. This is like one of those like D spells where I go, Derek, this is cool. No, it is cool, but it's just not going to come up enough for you to warrant using one of your precious feats on it. And, you know, when it does come up, you might feel like a badass, or you might fail the counteract effect for like the 1 or 2 times in the campaign where it actually comes up and matters. And you fail the counter effect and nothing happens. So, you know, we'll see. 5 consecutive hits is a tiny probability. Agreed. But if at the same time, if I'm fighting 5 or 6 things, maybe they're like 3 or 4 levels lower than me. And so I might be hitting them on 2s or 3s or something like that. Maybe I have a heroism on me. Or bless or something like that. So if I'm hitting on 2s or 3s, suddenly my chance of hitting is like 90% or 95%. And so my map attack is not increasing. So it's 95 times 95 times 95 times 95. Now suddenly you're talking about, yeah, there's maybe a good 70% chance or 60% chance that I hit all 5. So it's cool, but it's not chain blast cool. Max level counteracts are pretty good though. Blue is correct here. I will say that. I think it really just comes down to it's all in the GM's hand. And it's all in, is this particular effect from this particular monster going to have this exact specific trait associated with it? And if it does, and assuming they're lower level than you, it's great against spells, horrible against monster abilities, because the monster abilities are going to be the same level as a monster. And assuming that you're fighting a monster that's higher level than you, well, then the counteract level is going to be higher than your level. I think this is a fire gate option only. I agree with that, Brutus, because that's going to be the one that's going to come up the most option for sure. All right. Fusion Blast. Again, we've got, this is another one that lets us modify our blast. 2 actions. You have to have a free hand. Interesting. Dual, and this is for the dual gate. With 1 element in one hand, you pull some of the other element into the other hand, Spirit Bomb, then combine the 2 into a complex blast. Make an elemental blast and add the damage dice from your other element's blast to it. This uses the die size and damage type that your other blast would normally deal and its number of weapon damage dice, including any dice from striking runes. This doesn't add any damage other than the dice, nor does it add the other blast's traits. A fusion blast. So this is their power attack, basically. It's a little bit better because you can do it at range, but it is lower damage dice, right? You're not power attacking with a D12 weapon. Power attacking with a D8 weapon in Pathfinder 2 is like not really worth it. But if, you know, I don't know, if you were Earth and you were air, or I'm sorry, Earth and you were water, which are both D8s, and you're doing, you know, 4D8 or 3D8 with your weapon, and you're adding an additional 3D8 to that to do 6D8. Yeah, still probably not worth it. But you know, it's not overflow, but it is 2 actions, and it counts as double map. So, ooh, Badoom, maybe metal is D10. That would be awesome, and then this would be probably a little bit better. But, you know, does this add the new dice or just swap? It adds the new dice. It adds the new dice. You make an elemental blast and add the damage dice from the other element's blast to it. This uses the die size and damage type that your other blast would deal. So if I was Earth Air, I normally did 3d8 with my Earth, or if I had air and I had the range of the air, 120 feet, doing 3d4, but I merged it, Fusion Blast, with my Earth, then it would be 3d4 plus 3d8. It's basically power attack, but it's at range, and depending on, you know, you could either make it so that the air gets the damage bonus of like the earth or the water, which is d8, or if you just want to really stack up damage and you want to be like earth and water and do 3d8 plus 3d8, I think that's pretty good. And remember, you don't get the traits of the other things, but it allows you to add the traits onto the core one. So like, for example, your air, which has the reach or the long range, you can take the advantage of that by having the air gathered and then stack the water or the earth, which does the 3d8, on top of your 3d4. I mean, I don't think that's bad. It's probably better than Power Attack, but you know, it has a lot of the same problems that Power Attack has without having the option for a D12. Yeah, so I think it's fun. All right. So that Deconstruct is our dedicated ability, Fusion is our dual gate, and then Gather Amalgamation is our universal one. This is the Avatar where you have all 5. 2 actions. This one's interesting. I don't know if it's good. I don't even know how to really interpret this, but it's interesting. Okay. Your inner gate briefly divides itself into 4 smaller channels, allowing you to gather a small bit of every element. You get to gather for 2 actions. You gather earth, air, water, and fire all at the same time. And, you know, it even says here, you look badass, you know, your hand, or you're directing them around your body in an orbit. Since the elemental amalgamation contains all 4 elements, you can use it for any impulse. However, the small amount of each element means that any impulse will cause that gathering to dissipate. Essentially, when you do this, everything has overflow. But what it means is you could gather this amalgamation and then this is 100% the final fight scene from Avatar. And I agree, Total Madrid. This is the I'm going to overflow all the time feat. Because with this feat, you have 2 actions, and it allows you gather, so I don't see that you couldn't do this before the fight. So you go into the fight with this, you know, earth ring, and this air ring, and the water ring, and the fire ring. You have 4 elements already gathered. And then you can go overflow water, overflow earth, overflow air, overflow fire. It's probably pretty good. Now, obviously, your character has to be built that way. You have to have the feats that allow you to do that kind of overflows. But to be able to do those overflows in that kind of succession seems pretty cool. I don't know. I think it could be fun. It's only 2 actions. You can even redo it again in the fight. If you want to do that type of, like, I want to be the elemental master, I think this is a pretty cool feat. Chain Blast is still pretty good, though. So, but hey, there's no reason why you can't take your level 12 feat, take your level 10, but you're like, but the level 12 feats are so cool. And yes, this is why I said this class is going to have a lot of feat thirst. And that's why you might not be taking things like, I want to be able to talk to fire elementals and make them my pets. Yeah, I'm definitely walking around with 4 different elements rotating my body once I have this feat. I approve. That I don't know, Badoom. That I don't know, Boom. Cycling Blast after 3 overflows. There you go. Now you're thinking, Blue. All right. 12th level, we get 1 feat. Rapid Reattunement. This is an exploration. You spend 10 minutes realigning your elemental connections in an elemental trance. Swap out 1 feat you have due to your elemental flexibility and replace it with another eligible feat. So that's pretty cool. I don't know if the feats are going to be so situationally useful that this would ever come up a lot. But the idea of swapping out a feat in the middle of your adventuring day is pretty cool. Especially if you're like a universal gate and you have access to all of the elemental lists. I mean, the cognitive load there is probably starting to get a little high, but it's still very powerful. It's interesting. A lot of versatility. It's adding nothing to your power. Nothing to your power. It's just completely horizontal growth. Exactly. It depends how much you judge the utility. Exactly. Could you have 4 elements, overflow 1, cycle it to another, and then repeat the overflow? I don't know, Shadram. We'd have to go back and look, but we're trying to make it so that this ends at least before 11. All right, flowing kinetics. We got 2 kinetics. Now, this is interesting because these are generic, but basically the one is for earth and the other one is for everything else. Because air, fire, and water are all kind of loosey-goosey, right? Like, so flowing is for air, fire, and water. And, you know, you're really loose and adaptable because these elements are really, you know, not really solid. When you use an impulse that has air, fire, or water, and that takes at least 2 actions, you can either step or stride up to half your speed. You can do this before or after the effects of the impulse. And you can burrow, climb, fly, or swim if you have the corresponding movement type. And that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So, assuming this level 14, your speed might be 40. And this is any time you use an impulse that takes 2 actions. So anytime you're taking a 2-action thing, you get a 20-foot move or a step, and you can do it before or after. I'm in. And you can use alternative movement speeds. I think that's pretty rocking. I love stuff like this that lets you get more bang for your buck. Movement is important. I agree 14 is a little too high because we're getting to that point where I don't really like it. But Chain Blast does work with this K-Swiss deck. So you could Chain Blast a fire and get a move 20. So it's like for 2 actions, you're getting a movement of 20 and you're attacking 3 or 4 people for 2 actions. Oh, that's pretty good. I agree. Like, how is this 14, but this is 10? That doesn't feel right. That Chain Blast is 10 and Flowing Kinetics is 14, but there's probably maybe we should swap those or something. Alternatively, if you have Earth, then if you used an Earth Impulse and it took at least 2, you get a +1 status bonus to your AC and a +1 status bonus to your fort saves. Not nearly as fun or impressive, but yeah. I mean, +1 AC is hard to get in this game. It's a status bonus. I respect that. I mean, it definitely makes the Earth caster to feel a little bit more defensive, but these random +1 save and status things, I'm not a big fan of this. This one to me is Flowing Kinetics is way more fun than Steadfast Kinetics, even if this maybe math-wise is actually okay, but still. All right. Well, 16, like most casters, they get a free action sustain on one of their effects. So there you go. Just like so many other classes, except for the Cleric. Cleric doesn't get this. So even this person who's not a caster gets this, but, they don't. We know how powerful this is. From all the other classes. So it's here as well. Imperious Aura. Your turn begins and you have a kinetic aura active. Your glowing and majestic kinetic aura marks you as a true child of the element. Change your kinetic aura by using a different kinetic aura impulse. So, assuming you have 2 of them, you can change it. You can swap it as a free action at the beginning of your turn. So, I mean, if you're really on that kinetic aura build, this is really awesome. If you're really in this blast, DOT, buff, debuff, this is awesome. So both of these are really good feats. Anything that's a free action is obviously the nuts. And we'll see how good the kinetic auras are when we start going through the elements. But this seems like this could be pretty good if these kinetic auras really do pay off. Maelstrom Blast. 3 action overflow. You detonate your gathered element in a truly staggering number of elemental blasts. Choose one. Either make a melee elemental blast against each enemy in the blast melee range. So this is basically the Barbarians 3-action whirlwind strike. I think they get that at 14. It's basically the same exact thing. Where they make 1 melee attack against everybody within their reach. The difference being here, you can make 1 melee attack against everybody in reach, or 1 ranged elemental blast against each enemy in a cone with a length equal to the blast's first range increment. So fire would be a 60-foot cone. Air would be a staggering 120-foot cone, as Total Entropy is reminding us here, which is a big cone. Each attack counts towards your multiple attack penalty, but you do not increase your penalty until you have made all of your attacks. I mean, good Jiba. I mean, that is... this is, I mean, obviously you're not doing as much damage because the Barbarian is getting that massive damage bonus, and then they're just, sitting here going like this. Obviously, you gain the advantage of being able to make a cone. And it's, it's each enemy, which is just like Whirlwind Strike. But it's 3 actions and it's overflow. So you're also paying the price of the overflow. Like a Barbarian doesn't have to pay that price. They just make their strike. 3 actions, they could do it again next turn if they want to. Whereas you could not because of overflow. But what you gain is the flexibility to make it an AoE cone and make it go potentially 30 foot, 60 foot, or even 120 feet. Obviously, the damage is going to be much lower, but you get some of that versatility. I like it. I don't know that it plays. It's probably like a C- feat. So, yeah, I know you can at 19th level, but whatever. I mean, you know what? Go out on top, all right? Go out on top. Shadram, control yourself, buddy. All right, Nourishing Gate is our level 18, only level 18 feet here. You can sustain yourself from a single drop of elemental dew or the slightest spark from the plane of fire. You get a +2 status bonus to saving throws against poison, sleeps, and effects that would make you paralyzed. You don't need to breathe, eat, or sleep, although you must still take a full night's rest. During this time, you must reanimate. This is a flavor feat, and you're never going to take it. Even if it is cool, even if it is awesome. You're also at a level where you have so much money, you have so much access to resources that you could probably find some ring or magical item that could do this for you, and really just take care of the problem for you. You're never going to take this. It's very cool, but you're never going to take it. Flawless Element, level 20. Choose an element. You've perfected your control over one element. Choose one element. Any impulses of that element that normally you take 3 actions, now only take 2. You could still only use 1 overflow impulse per round as normal. Well, that's pretty good. I mean, 3 down to 2. Most of the 3 actions, though, I'm assuming are overflow. So, and you can't gather twice, I think, in a round. You can't use 2 over. Yeah, sorry. You can only use 1 overflow impulse per round, even if there was somehow a way for you to regather it. So this probably, yeah, you could overflow then gather stat map, but remember, back from our abilities, at level 19, you're permanently quickened, and you can only use that quicken to gather. So you are always gathering. All right. And then there's Kineticist. You can realign your inner gate with a thought. Replace one of the feats you have from elemental flexibility with another element eligible feat. And it's and it says an action. I don't know if this is actually any good, but it's cool. You can literally swap out a feat with an action. Hey, it's like this is the Matrix Trinity download information. You know, you're like, oh, if only I had this water jet ability. Can you do that? Not yet. Okay, let's go. You just spend 1 action, you're level 20. I mean, I don't know if that's powerful, but holy crap, it's awesome. I mean, that's just, you're swapping feats as 1 action. That's pretty awesome. Remember, you have 2 feats, one of level 8 or lower, one of level 14 or lower. That is an unbelievable amount of versatility, and it's got an awesome name. Awesome name. Kineticist. Yeah. As a universal, you get access to every level 14 Kineticist feat for 1 action. That's amazing. That is a level 20 feat. That feels awesome. That is incredible. That kind of power and versatility. That is the king of versatility. That is awesome. Love it. I don't even think it's that broken or powerful. I just think it's amazing. All right. By the way, if you're not watching this live, I'm sorry. I don't do anything lightly. We're definitely going to have a 4-hour stream tonight, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Air. All right. We start with an air boomerang. I love this so much, by the way. I didn't read all of them, but I didn't think we were going to get through this, but this is an amazing feat. I'm sorry. I'm gushing. It's 2 actions, it's impulse, and it's overflow. Now remember, this is air, so you'll have to have gathered air. All right. It's level 1, by the way, people. You do a 60-foot line. Everybody takes 2d4 slashing damage, make a reflex save, basic. Then, the air boomerang gets to the end of the line. In the final square, it whirls in place. And any creature that ends its turn in the save has to save against the boomerang. So for whatever reason, you hit everybody with it, and if they stay in that square, they take the damage again. And then, at the start of your next turn, the boomerang shoots back from its current location to wherever you are currently staying with the same effect as the line. And if it doesn't have line effect to you, it dissipates. So on the turn before, you shoot out a line. The blade sits there and spinning. If a creature ends its turn there, it takes the damage. Then at the start of your next turn, maybe I moved. So I threw my aerial boomerang and then I moved. And then at the start of my turn, the boomerang comes back to me and it's another line, doing the same exact effect as the first time. Now, this level +2, the damage increases by D4. Remember that this is not +2 spell level. This is my character level. That means at level 1, this is 2d4. At level 3, this is 3d4. At level 5, this is 4d4. At level 7, this is a very awesome, cool feat. I love its effect. I love the delay. I love the teamwork aspects of it. I love the mental imagery of it. I love this delay thing. What if you move out of range of the original endpoint? Doesn't matter, Boothby. All it needs is line of effect. So I could shoot it 60 feet. I could then move back 90 feet, and then it's gonna come back to me. I love this ability. I think this is so cool. This just reminds me of like throwing boomerangs in like, you know, Legend of Zelda and Link to the Past and all that stuff, and then moving and having the boomerang follow you and hitting some different thing. It's very cool. Now, obviously, as you get higher level, the damage falls off a bit. I mean, D4 at 2D4, maybe twice at level 1 is pretty good. You know, it doesn't scale so well, but you know, this is air, and I think one of the things that we have to accept with air isn't the damage dealing trait, you know. Christopher, you should be a game designer, because that is fucking awesome. Like some sort of reflex save, and then you just regather the energy. Holy shit, that would be awesome. I don't even know if it was, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. Hero point for Christopher. At level 1, this is almost burning hands every turn or better. Exactly. I think this is a lot of fun, but it requires some setup. It requires some finesse. It feels very air-like. You know, I know you all don't, but if you look right here behind me, this big block of red books, that's all Legend of the Five Rings books. And that's very elemental based, and air is tricksy, and it requires some sort of, you know, thinking and deceit and planning. Brutus, it does have a very MOBA feel to it. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think a lot of the people who are playing Pathfinder 2 are playing it for some of those kind of MOBA elements. I know it's horrible to say, video games, TTRPGs, they're horrible, they're evil. I get it. If I play Powered by the Apocalypse games too, when I want to have this in like really in depth. But if I want to have a kind of a MOBA experience, Pathfinder 2 kind of does it. This game, this power makes it a lot more interesting. Well, yes, at Mac, I said it requires a little bit of finesse. Oh, you didn't mean that as a negative. Okay, we're on the same page, Brute. All right, so this is awesome. Love it. Okay. Air Cushion. It's a reaction, and it's Featherfall. Because the creature within 60 feet is falling. Gentle currents of air flow upward to slow the creature's thing. Their fall slows to 60 feet per round. And the cushion ends when they reach the ground, and they take no damage from the fall. And it expires if they don't reach within 1 minute. And at 8th level, it can be within 120 feet, and you can cushion everybody. Now, is this cool? Absolutely. Is this fun? Is this very thematic for someone who could control the wind and the air? Of course. Are you gonna take this feat? Probably not. Probably not. Because you're not gonna do much of anything, you know? I mean, fine. Don Pokey will make use of it. And I'm not saying that this is even a bad feat. I just think that this one's going to get passed up a lot because, you know, how many times do you really need to Featherfall? You know? So. No, that's not true, Total Entropy. You got Impulse, 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 Impulse. You can choose a different one. Although the other one is also. All right. Fair Winds. So this is our first Kinetic Aura feat. This is our first Kinetic Aura. Winds swirling around you provide a tailwind to speed. So again, like we said before, the Kinetic Auras take 2 actions usually to enter. It's like a stance. You can only do it in encounter mode. It lasts until you change into a new kinetic aura. But when you change kinetic auras, it takes 1 action less, which means most of the time it takes 2 to get started, and then it takes 1 to change. So, but this is our first one. Winds swirling around you provide tailwind to your speed, your allies, and a headwind to harry your foes. Squares in your aura, base 10 feet, are difficult terrain for your enemies. You gain a +5 foot status bonus to your land speed. Any of your allies that start their turn in the aura get a +10 status bonus to their land speeds until the end of the turn. These bonuses also apply to fly speeds for creatures that have them. This is awesome. This is awesome. And remember, there's that feat that lets you extend this aura to 15, 20, 25, or even 30 feet. Don Pokey got it exactly right. A 10-foot emanation, difficult terrain, only hurts your enemies, bonus speed to you, an even bigger bonus speed to your allies if they can be strategic and start their turn within your aura and your emanation. Awesome. You win initiative with this and you pop this. This is a great way to start a fight because now your allies are all going to get this massive boost of speed to get into good position. This is enough difficult terrain that could eat up. I mean, that's 10 feet of difficult terrain for your enemies. That means that's an extra 20, that's 20 feet to go from the edge of the emanation to you. This is great. Extra range for that boomerang return. It's great. It's awesome. It's amazing. I love it. And keep in mind, this doesn't have overflow. So let's say I go into the fight with my air gathered, which might be reasonable. I start off my fight, boom, 2 actions, fair winds. Third action, 120-foot blast with my air. I mean, that's a pretty good first turn for Pathfinder 2. And then the next round, I've got this kinetic aura that just stays in effect. I think this is pretty good. I like it. Whisper on the Wind. Oh, I like that it stacks for fly speed as well. Whisper on the Wind. You speak in a gentle whisper. A soft wind carries your message. This is a message spell, but you can do it infinitely. If you start your message with the target's name, you and the target don't need to be able to see each other, and you don't need line of effect, which is ridiculous. That message requires that anyways. And at level 8, you get this up to a mile. So, yeah, again, cool, sure. Fun, maybe. Are you going to ever take it? Probably not. So, if you're a level 1 air, you're probably going to take aerial boomerang, fair winds, and then pick your poison. Well, like I said, Bedouin, air not known for its damage. It's the magical walkie-talkie. All right. So, did they not give us level? Okay. There are no level 2 air feats. So, okay. I guess we have to take one of the generic ones. All right, level 4. So now we're getting into it because remember, at level 4, we're going to be choosing between things like Blast Barrage, which is garbage, and Command Elemental, which is also not great. So, never mind. So we're going to be taking one of these at level 4. We've got the Flinging Updraft, which does not have overflow. A Speeding Wind, heed your call, picking up someone and depositing them nearby. Choose a creature within 60 feet of you. The target jumps up to 30 feet in any direction. If it doesn't land on a space of solid ground within 30 feet of where it started, it falls, but it doesn't take any damage from the fall. You choose the distance and direction of the jump. An unwilling target avoids being flung. Oh, wow. If it succeeds at a reflex save. And at level 10, you can do this up to 60 feet and target 5 creatures. What an awesome feat. At level 4, you can reposition allies. You can reposition enemies. You get to make a reflex saving throw. And you can choose within 60, and then they can move within 30. This is incredible. This is an awesome power. And the fact that at level 10, halfway through the game, you can now do this for up to 5 creatures. And wow, that's incredible. That's just insane. Yeah, like dang, level 4, full repositioning for 2 actions does not consume. Now remember, we talked about this before. Air is not the damage dealing. This is not the blaster caster. Air is the controller. Okay? They are the ones who are doing repositioning. They're buffing. They're helping. They're being tricksy. Yeah, they've got their damage. They've got their range. But we said it before. It's not a lot of damage. It's D4. This is no size. There's no size limit, baby. I love it. This is fun. This is good. This is fun repositioning. This is good tactics. And the fact that they don't take any damage either means you can like reposition them. This is awesome. Rogue's going to love you for this. I agree, Badoom. This is good. Yeah, exactly, Booth B. Look, no one's happy about the D4 damage from the air, but you got to admit that it's really, yeah, it's earning it. I love it. So I love this. And we also get the Soothing Breeze. 3 actions, overflow. Now, this says it does 3 things, but it only lists 2, so we have to work on that. It extinguishes small fires and disperses smoke. Nobody cares about that. Everybody gains 3d4 hit points and then is immune for 10 minutes. Now, this is a 20-foot range, 3d4. I don't think this is a combat power, personally. I don't. I think this is the AoE version of the champion lay on hands focus spam outside of combat, right? So you're outside of combat, you drop a Soothing Breeze, you get back your there's no range. It's just a 20-foot. Oh, it just says it's a 20-foot burst, but I'm assuming it means from you. So yes, this is one of those out of combat heals for games where you don't have or you can't have medicine or you don't have it yet. Remember, you don't really get good medicine until level 6, 5, because then you'll have combat medic, ward medic, and continual recovery, and your expert. But this is basically every 10 minutes, 3d4. And then at level 6, every 10 minutes, 4d4. And I think it just works. So, and it's not magical. That's true, Brutus. I can't. No, you can't, but it's really strong spam. And if you don't have that healing capability for that out of combat spam, this does the job. And I mean, I'd probably take Flinging Updraft instead. That may be like somebody should be taking medicine, but this is really fun. All right. Next up, 6th level, Clear as Air, overflow. So this is going to burn out our gather. Oh, this one's good too. I read this. Compact layers of air diffract and bend the light, and you become invisible. You become invisible until the end of your next turn, and you can sustain it, but it ends if you take a hostile action. After you use this, it cannot be used again for 10 minutes. So what does this mean? It means I can turn invisible, and I have to spend an action each turn sustaining it, and I can't use it again for 10 minutes, but I can just be invisible. I can keep sustaining it. This lets me just be invisible for a very, very long time. I could sneak through a city. I could sneak through a camp. I'm invisible the way that I would want to be. Okay? It even lets me regather my air quietly and invisibly. So even this feat works within the context of the feat, letting me regather the feat and then regather the energy, but not be automatic, have my cover blown because, my air is swirling around me and making a big freaking deal about things. So very cool, very powerful, very utilitarian, not very, combative, but I think it's incredibly, incredibly useful. Now, someone said, you can only be invisible for up to 10 minutes in exploration, though. Well, they might need to change the rules on this, because what you're thinking of is repeat a spell, are you not? Or are you thinking of sustain? Let me see. I think it says spell effects and item effects. I guess this would okay, most such spells or item effects can be sustained for 10 minutes. So, yeah. I mean, I'm assuming it's probably still 10 actions, but technically speaking, this is not sustaining a spell. So, and it's not an item activation. So technically, it doesn't apply to this, but I'm sure it actually probably does. Any case, very cool. Here's the deal. At level 10, it becomes greater invisibility. It becomes improved invisibility. At level 10, permanent invisibility. You become concealed, and then at level 16 it's true greater invisibility. And again, this is free. I think this is really cool. Great utility. Really powerful. The only problem is you can only do it on yourself. That's the only problem I see. But I still think for a level 6 feat, and this just auto heightens as you go up through the level, I think that's pretty powerful. All right. Storm Spiral. 3 actions, all the traits: air, electricity, evocation, impulse, kineticist, overflow, primal. You get thunderclouds. You get a 10-foot burst within 30 feet. Not very high range for our air. Each creature takes 3d12 electricity damage and is moved depending on its reflex save against your class DC. Now remember, all these class DCs are going to be going up against our Constitution. And remember, we don't get legendary like a normal caster. We get expert, and then at 17th level we become a master. So we are kind of behind the 8 ball there. But if the creature succeeds, they take half damage. If they fail, they take full damage, and we move them 5 feet of our choice. If they critically fail, they take double damage, and we move them 10 feet. 3d12 is not horrible. Remember, a lightning bolt at this level would be doing 4d12 in a line. This is a 10-foot burst, so 10-foot radius, so 20-foot diameter, smaller than smaller than a fireball. It's not a line like a lightning bolt, but remember, this isn't using any sort of spell slot. It is 3 actions, and it is overflow, and we are in air, so this is not what we're probably that good at. And it scales at 1d12 per every 3 levels instead of 1d12 for every 2 levels, like a caster's lightning bolt will. So this will get worse as we go up the levels. It's not what we're really great at. I'm not a big fan. Remember, you're paying an action tax also because you're going to have to regather, so you're really kind of spending 4 actions to get this. So, yeah, first iffy air one for fur, so I agree with you. And your class DCs are going to be lower, so, we'll see. All right, next up, we have an overflow 3 actions for Celestial Palisade, which is a wind wall. Except the wall is 30 feet long, and a creature attempting to fly through the wall attempts to save against your class DC. This wall lasts until the end of your next turn, but you can sustain it for 1 minute. So free wind wall. That might be cool because you'll never take it because this spell or because this feat is going to get immediately nerfed. So enjoy this while you can. This is a level 8 feat that for 2 actions, not overflow, rippling wind rips behind you. The wings lift you into the air, granting you a fly speed equal to your land speed or 30 feet, whichever is greater, for 10 minutes. And unlike a normal fly speed, if you didn't fly during your turn, but you used an air impulse, you don't have to spend an action to fly. Also, you can move upward without treating it difficult terrain. So this is double better fly, because you don't have to burn an action flying. You can literally stand still as long as you used an air impulse. You can move upward without treating it as difficult terrain, and it doesn't take a spell slot. Oh, and by the way, 6 levels later, automatically it heightens to everybody. Also, it's equal to their land speed. So if they have a faster land speed, it's going to be better to this. What? This is incredible. This is like free fly forever at level 8. And you know what? If you're an air kineticist, damn it, you should be able to. They're going to nerf this. It's not going to stick around, but this one's sweet. And the fact that, you automatically get this at level 14 to hit everybody else in your party with it is awesome. Because that's what an airbender should be doing. So, pretty sweet. All right. Level 12, Circulate Chi. We've got another overflow here. The pure air of your inner gate is rich in chi that you can use to invigorate and restore an alien creature. Target an adjacent living creature. It regains 30 hit points. And you attempt to counteract one of the following conditions: blinded, clumsy, deafened, drained, enfeebled, paralyzed, sickened, or stupefied. It reduces it by 1 instead of removing it, and then you cannot hit them for 1 hour. You can try to remove an instance of a condition from a given creature using this only once during this impulse, although you can try to use a different one. Paizo's razor is going to cut those wings right off. And the healing goes up by 2 every level. You're level 12. Do you realize that a cleric or a druid heal spell. Single target at this level is healing for like 6d8 plus 48. It's like 70 or something, or 80. I get that you can do this over and over and over again, but this is obviously meant to be used probably in combat, and I feel like it's just not enough hit points. So I think this one's probably a pass. Wiles on the Wind. Speaking lies, you set them loose on a drifting wind. You can create an auditory illusion that comes from a square within 120 feet, and sound is, again, so audio illusion of people talking. You can make it sound however you want. Very cool, very fun, very flavorful. No one's ever going to take it. Sorry. You're just not. I mean, if my choice is between this and circulate chi, I'm going to circulate my key or whatever it is. Body of Air. You become gaseous form, but you get resistance 10. This lasts until the end of your next turn, but you can sustain the form, and you can just do this over and over and over again. It overflows, but, you know, and the resistance goes up by 2 every time you gain a level. That's probably okay. I think being able to basically go at will to gaseous form. I mean, again, you know, some of these things I don't think any of it, like, is this cool? I mean, this is very utilitarian. This is very shenaniganful. You guys know I love shenanigans. Like being able to basically turn into air at will at level 14 whenever I want. I think that's pretty awesome. I mean, gaseous form is not a combat spell. You can't basically do things when you're in gaseous form, but you can slip through cracks. You can escape. You can become concealed. It's a very cool effect. I love it. Here's another damage spell. It's the Ferocious Cyclone, 2-action overflow. Your intense wind swirl then burst out into a powerful tornado. It's a 10-foot wide, 60-foot line doing 7d10 bludgeoning damage. I don't have to tell you, this does not keep up with our damage expectations. This is going to be part of the problem. A lot of these overflow AoEs. The Paizo action economy means that these are never going to do as much damage as a limited resource like a spell. And that's probably for the better. But the problem is that only matters if your casters are running out of spells. And, you know, when they're doing, you know, you're doing 7d10 damage, that's going to be something like 38 damage, say. Whereas a Cone of Cold at this level might be doing something like 50 or 55 or 60 or something like that. So more than 50%, you know, like if you're doing like 35, they're doing like 55, right? That's a pretty big difference. And you say, yeah, well, because there's a limited resource. And that is true. But then if they run out of spells, well, then that sucks for them. But most of the time, you're going to go rest. Most of the time, this is kind of with the psychic too. Most of the time, you're going to go back to town, or the adventure is just going to be set up in such a way that, you know, days pass, or that's the next day and you get a long rest and they get all their spells back. So there's going to, if you're trying to, you know, compete tit for tat with the spellcaster, you're always going to feel underpowered, because you have to pay a price in the game balance for the fact that you can do these abilities essentially all day, every day, forever. So yeah, the Kineticist is like a more extreme version of the Psychic. Like if you had a party of like a fighter, a rogue, a Psychic, and a Kineticist, like your party could literally go through the entire campaign basically and never take a long rest. 18th level, where they get these really cool feat names. Congrats, Shadram. That is pretty sweet. You know how I feel about Blades in the Dark. It's really awesome. Infinite Expanse of the Bluest Heaven. It's got all the traits, including illusion and overflow. A sphere of distorted air creates an illusion of a limitless expansion of an impossibly blue sky. All within feel the overwhelming sensation of falling forever. The vision appears in a 10-foot burst within 60 feet. Each creature has to make a will save against your class DC, and at this point, our class DC is probably 3 to 4 points behind the caster DC. They're legendary. We're master. They have max key stat. We probably don't. They might have an apex item. We might not. So yeah, we're probably 3 or 4 points behind. the DC there. That's brutal. That's brutal. The vision appears in a 10-foot burst within 60 feet. Each creature in the area must attempt a will save against your class DC. A creature that is the air trait treats its things one better because it cannot be, it doesn't care that it's falling forever. The illusion lasts until the end of your next turn, but you can sustain it. Okay. The illusion has no effect on creatures that weren't in the area when you used it. Any effect of the creature. All right. So if they critically succeed, oh, by the way, they're immune for 10 minutes. If they critically succeed, they're unaffected. If they succeed, they're flat-footed. And if they fail, they are flat-footed and they are fleeing from the illusory sky, but is also disoriented. Anytime it uses an action to attempt to flee, it must make a DC 11 flat check or flee to a space that's still within the illusion. So this is just a massive crowd control spell. But they're going to pass the DC. They're going to pass the DC. This class, kind of like the Psychic, in my opinion, probably works better if you're fighting a lot of lower level creatures. I personally believe you're going to struggle with this class against creatures that are power party level +2 or higher, maybe even party level +1. I think you're going to have a lot more fun with this class and the Psychic if you're fighting a lot of PL +1s, +0s, -1s, -2s, and you're fighting more of them, and you're fighting a lot of them throughout the course of the day. That's when your lower DCs, your lower damage aren't going to feel as shitty. And the fact that you get to do this stuff all day is going to feel so much cooler. So yeah. 4 actions, sustain every round, and the extremely low DC is the final blow. I think they're always going to have this action economy problem, and I think they are going to always have this DC problem. You can't. How do you balance limited resource casters against people who can do things for infinity? Even if you know, we all know that casters aren't really ever going to run out of powers, right? They're just not, because they're going to cast their spells. Maybe they go through all their highest level and their next highest level, and maybe now they're down to like their level -3, or, you know, they're like their 3rd highest level or their 4th highest level, but probably not more than an encounter, maybe 2. And then you're going to be taking that long rest. So, Jeremiah, I'll agree to that statement. I mean, the least they could do is give it legendary DC, because I doubt people are going to be maxing their con. I really do. I really doubt they're going to be able to do that. All right, level 18, another one. Level 18 is Crowned in the Tempest's Fury. You reach out. Oh, this is another kinetic aura, by the way. So we're almost at the end of the game. You reach out to find a devastating thunderstorm on the plane of air, and you make yourself one with it, placing a crown of lightning upon your brow. Any creature that enters your kinetic aura or ends its turn there takes 2d12 damage. 2d12 automatic aura damage, and if we took that feat, we probably did if we're kinetic, that's 30 feet. Yeah, that's pretty good. If you don't have a fly speed, you gain a twice fly speed. We don't have fly speed. Oh, but if you do have the Wings of Air impulse, you instead gain that fly speed and the extra benefits. All right. So we get that for free just by popping this. I like that. You get a +10 bonus to all your speeds status. And if you use an air elemental blast, it deals an additional D12 electricity, which is not, the D4 doesn't become D12s. It would be like 4D4 plus D12. But I mean, I think that's pretty cool. And I actually think 2d12 aura damage, electricity, I mean, that's 13 to 14, 15 damage. And an aura, it's automatic. And it's when they enter or end their turn. I think that's pretty good. And if you took that feat, you can expand it to 30 feet and ignore some of your most of your allies with your con modifier. So that's just everybody in the encounter taking automatic damage. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, baby. Get that sick boomerang buff, baby. Love it. All right. Air, I like it. I like it. I get it. The attack does not a lot of damage. The AoEs are going to suffer from the damage problem and from the DC problem. But there was a lot of cool powers there. I think you'd have a lot of fun doing that. I think you'd feel very tricky and controlling. I think it's really awesome. All right. Let's go, baby. Ooh. Earth. I must break you. Unbreakable. Implacable. The Geokineticist draws strength from the roots of the earth. If you can channel earth, if you can channel earth, you can channel a wrench. No, if you channel earth, you can select one of these feats. Wait, damn it. Wait. I need this. Hold on a sec. Here we go. Earth rocks. All right. Here we go. Geological attunement. We start off with a kinetic aura. Actually, look, we got another kinetic aura at 4. So maybe Earth has a lot of auras going for it. That'd be kind of cool. I kind of thought air would have a lot more kinetic auras, but you know, whatever. You become, now remember, Earth, when we saw it, we knew a couple things about Earth from the baseline. We know that Earth does D8. We know that Earth has forceful. So if you're making a follow-up attack on the same creature, you're going to get bonus damage to your melee attacks. And we know that the ranged attack on Earth, only 20-foot range, but it has propulsive. So even though it's technically dexterity, it's going to add half our strength bonus. But we also know that there's a level 1 feat that lets us have brutal Earth ranged attacks. So then we're making Earth ranged attacks with strength at 20 feet, adding our full strength to the attack roll and adding half our strength to the damage roll. But we also know that level 5, Earth gets critical spec, which is knock prone at 20-foot range. Using our strength to attack, we are going to have a high strength. That means that we might not have a high lot of dexterity. We are only a light armor class. So if we go Earth, we have to keep in mind that our AC might be a little low, but we are going to be pretty brutal up close and personal. And when we contrast that with what we just talked about with the air, with this 120-foot range, fly speeds out the wazoo, turning invisible, high dex so that their AC is really good, this feels like an entirely different class. I think that's really cool. I'm just going to say that I think that's really cool. I don't know that they got the math or the numbers right, but thematically, that is cool. All right. The Bludgeoning Brothers. I love it. All right, here we go. Geological Attunement is a kinetic aura, and you go full Toph, and you gain Tremor Sense in Precise within your kinetic aura, which is only 10. And you also turn the earth and stone in your aura into difficult terrain. But if you move, the effects are suppressed until the end of your turn. So they pop back up at the beginning of your turn. So that's awesome. Tremor Sense Imprecise, 10-foot aura. Again, we could still take the generic feat that lets us expand that aura and ignore and exempt allies from being affected by it. A 30-foot aura of moving difficult terrain while gaining tremor sense, and eventually it becomes precise, completely ignoring darkness, invisibility, concealment, blindness. I think that for a level 1 feat, I think that's pretty powerful. Stepping Stones, another utility spell. Now remember, the Earth baseline blast is really good. So, you know, most of the time we're just going to be, if we're Earth, that's our strike, right? We're like the barbarian of the Kineticist. We're just striking, and that's okay, because our strike's okay. It's pretty good. So we're not looking to do a whole lot with it. We're going to be striking a lot. But here we have a Stepping Stones. Discs of rock appear around them, and you can make a new path. You can either set them horizontally to go across the ground or a liquid, or you can anchor them into the side of a wall and move up it. This is very cool utility. This is very awesome. All squares have to be contiguous. They can't be 60 feet from you. They last till the end of your turn, but you can sustain it. It does not overflow. And as you get higher level, you can make more steps. So, you know, it's the classic cartoon, Avatar cartoon anime thing where, you know, you're making the rocks appear and you're leaping from the rock to the rock. I think it's pretty cool. All right, Stone Shield. Impulse, Abjuration. You raise a floating shield of stone orbiting around you. You raise a shield, turning your gathered element into a shield and gaining a +2 circumstance bonus to AC. You can still use this shield for anything requiring gathered element. Cool. So it's one action, raise a shield. But we don't have to actually have a shield. We just have to have our earth element. While the shield is raised, we also get a +2 circumstance bonus to Fortitude saving throws and Fortitude DCs. Cool. Awesome. We can also use shield block with this, and it has a hardness of 6. After you shield block with it, the stone crumbles, and you lose the AC bonus and the gathered element. So that is something. But look at this. Hardness increases by 3 every 2 levels. Wow. Wow. By the time you are level 9, your hardness is 18? That's a lot of damage off. Now, yeah, you are losing if you block, you are losing your gathered aura. So it's all part of the strategy. It's all part about managing resources. And if you've watched this channel, you know whether it's a board game or whether it's an RPG, I like managing resources. I like tough decisions. This is very well balanced. That is a lot of damage to absorb. And if I get hit and I can take off 18, this does not have the problem that shield has, where once you shield block with it, you can't cast the spell again. Nope. My next turn, if I really wanted to, I could gather earth. Step 1. Step 2, blast somebody with earth, either ranged or punch. Step 3, stone shield. Whoa. Whoa. That's awesome. That's a cool turn. And that was after I took off 18 damage. Like, this is done well. And they're balancing it on the thing that I think is the most important thing to balance, which is the action economy, because I don't care about numbers on a character sheet. We've just discussed this. Like, my spells went down, my hit points went down, whatever. I go to town, I rest, they're all back to full. The one thing that you can't get more of is time. And that means time at the table and time in your turn. Giving people these choices while still allowing them to do the fact that I could put my stone shield up, block with it, absorb, 6 or 8 or 12 or 6 or 9 or 12 or 15 or 18 damage, and really pretty much negate an attack, which is awesome. And then on my next turn, the fact that I can gather my element, make a blast, and then still raise my shield at the end of my turn is awesome. Yes, I paid a cost in action, but I didn't get to move or something. But I got to still attack, and I still got to use my cool shield. This is awesome. I love this. This is one of my favorite feats that we've seen the whole time. All right, Tremor is up next. It is our first overflow, and we strike the earth, and a localized tremor is only a 5-foot burst, so only 4 squares within 30 feet. Each creature takes 2d4 bludgeoning damage with our class DC. So again, we've stacked our strength. We maybe have a little bit of dexterity to help our AC. Is our con really going to be that high? Probably not. Any creature that critically fails a saving throw is knocked prone. And then that ground is difficult terrain. Now, all right, now full disclosure, if you do knock someone prone and then they stand up and it's difficult terrain, like, you're going to get some good value for this. But this damage is pretty shit. This burst is pretty tiny. This range is pretty short, and it doesn't scale. The only thing that goes up is the damage. Compared to Stone Shield, this tremor is pretty weak. You might take it if you were Earth dedicated and you didn't have any other choice, but I don't know. I mean, my blast is pretty good. I'd be probably pretty happy if I was dedicated Earth, just getting Geological Attunement, Stepping Stones, and Stone Shield, and be fine. So you go Human, General Ambition, and Armor Proficiency with Earth? Probably. If you get the medium K-Swiss deck, yeah, General Training. Yeah, I know what you meant. Not natural. You combine Natural Ambition and General. But yeah, Human, General Training, and then take Armor Proficiency. You're proficient with Light, so you can get medium, and then you can get away with having like a 2 decks or something and be at 5. Yeah, probably. That's probably the default path. All right, level 4, we get Dust Storm. Remember, there are no level 2s. That's our shitty level. Dust Storm, another kinetic aura. You get a swirling vortex of sand. Remember, all of our kinetic auras are 10 feet until we take the feat, which we would if we're spoking on kinetic auras. That takes it up to 20 or 30. Each creature inside the kinetic aura, including you, is concealed from any creature that is not adjacent to it. And any creature not adjacent to that creature is likewise concealed. When you use this impulse at the start of each of your turns, you can move one creature in the aura 5 feet. This can't move the creature farther away from you. If that target is unwilling, it makes a fort save. Don't love this one as much. Like, it'd be cool if I could Dust Storm and Geological Attunement, but I can't double kinetic aura. But you become Pigpen. That's pretty funny. But yeah, I don't know that I love this one. Us all gaining concealment and, yeah, pulling people in closer, but it's only 10-foot aura, but it's, it's not. Oh shit, how is the not con using con class looking so far? Awesome option strat. Love the flavor of the class. Very cool. I don't know. It's very mad. It's a very mad class. And Constitution as a key ability score has a lot of problems. The only thing it does is class DC. Yikes. Yeah, you might be able to get some good use out of it, but you're going to have problems with it. Your other option is a heal. It's 2 actions. It does not overflow, which is nice. But once they get healed, they're immune for 10 minutes. It hits them with a little bit of hit points and a little bit of temp. That does scale, but not by much. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Boothby. I like that description. It's mad, and it has some proficiency gaps. Like, again, I'm assuming it's an editing mistake. Like the fact that it gets expert in its weapon proficiency to 7, it should be 5. But the fact that it doesn't get its class DC to legendary, its master doesn't kick in till 17. Like that's like the teens are going to be a really rough level to you when you're still on expert class DC and your con is probably a point or two in terms of a bonus behind. You're gonna be like 4 points behind the casters. Yikes. Does the alchemist get master? Brutus the cat? I didn't think the alchemist got master. I don't know that I didn't think it did. Oh, for the levels. Yeah, well that's the thing. The war priest and the alchemist both get expert at 7, but then they never get master. So why does this class get expert? It's clearly a damage dealing class, but it gets master at 13. So why not just give it expert at 5? I don't understand. Anyways. I don't know that I love this healing spell. It doesn't feel like a lot. I get it. You know why? It's because it's free. And so they can do this, forever. Yes, they can only do it every 10 minutes. It's not as useful as the healing wind because you can't, for out of combat healing, because the temporary hit points don't do anything out of combat and you can't AoE with it. But, I mean, it's free healing, I guess. But you can only use it on one target per fight. But I mean, I guess, on your turn, you could be like, attack someone with my earth with a blast for 2 actions, heal that guy. Next turn, hit somebody with my earth, heal that lady. Next turn, hit somebody with my earth, heal me. So, I think it's okay. 6th level, we got Igniogenesis. Overflow, noted. 2 actions. You can create a permanent stone object, either sculpting stone directly from the inner gate or manipulating the stone around you. It has to be relatively simple in shape, can't include any intricate parts, has to fit within one 5-foot cube, yada, 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 yada. You can make a crafting check if you want to add extra details. Very cool, very fun, very flavorful. You'll probably never take it. Just because this is fun, it's exciting. Like, I love stuff like this. This is part of the reason why I play the game. I just hate that you have to give up a class feat to do it. Just to be fun and to have interesting. Yeah. But the only problem with this, the object lasts until you use Igniogenesis again. Wow. All right. I'm down on this then. That kind of sucks. Nice, Brothleth. That makes total sense, Brothleth. So I'm happy to hear that because that literally didn't make any sense. All right, Rolling Boulder. The Boulder. Any Avatar fans? The Boulder is conflicted. Overflow. We gather our earth into a boulder and we roll it and crash into them. It's a 30-foot line hitting each creature in order until it either reaches the end of the line, it strikes a solid surface. Each creature takes 2d8 bludgeoning damage and moves into an open space not in the path of the boulder. And if they don't have space to move, they are knocked prone instead. So this potentially could be pretty powerful. If you can set up a situation where people can't move out of the boulder, then, you're going to knock people prone. And knocking prone on a failure on an automatically repeating thing, pretty good. Hey, welcome back, Self-Confessed Cynic. Yeah, well, we had Big John came in and tipped $100, and that meant that we were going to go through all of the feats. And so we are. I'm a man of my word. I like failure prone. I mean, failure prone is pretty powerful. Failure prone is pretty powerful. Yeah, you set this up, you go to a Paizo AP where all the corridors are 5 feet wide, and you just win. You just win forever. All right. 8th level, Spike Skin. 2 action, impulse, touch a creature. They gain resistance 4. So it's like Stone Skin, but again, it's repeatable. The target is hit by an adjacent creature with a melee attack. The attacking creature takes 2 piercing. Kind of irrelevant. The impulse lasts 10 minutes, but each time the target is hit by a bludgeoning, piercing, / attack, the duration decreases by 1 minute. And then they are immune for 1 hour. So, very similar to Stone Skin, but infinitely repeatable, no expensive material component, and the resistance and the damage each increase by 2 every 2 levels. Combine this with the stone block, the stone shield, you could have a lot of damage reduction. I mean, you're level 8, level 10, you're doing -6, level 12, you're doing -8, level 14, you're doing -10. I think that's pretty good. Swim through earth. You can move. You gain a burrow speed and can immediately burrow when you burrow. Or when you use it. So 2 actions, you get burrow and you can burrow. You don't gain the ability to breathe in the earth, so you have to breathe. You don't leave a tunnel behind you. The benefits last until the end of your next turn, which seems to be a thing that they're using here. They last till the end of the next turn, but you can't sustain them for up to a minute. If you're in the earth when the impulse ends, you immediately return to the surface above you. And if you do so, you are prone and slowed. So don't do that. And at 14th, you can move through stone and lava. I mean, burrow speed's cool. Level 8 to gain a burrow speed. I mean, level 8, the air guy could fly. So I think that's pretty cool. I think burrowing is at 8 for infinity at your speed. I mean, I think that's pretty, and you get to do it for a free burrow when you when you pop the ability. I think this is cool for combat, and I think this could be cool for exploration. I like it. I think it's powerful. I think these are both pretty cool feats. 12th level, hurtling rockfall. We got overflow. You draw on the power of the earth. You create a ball of stone and lob it. It does 3d8 bludgeoning damage. Now look, it unleashes razor sharp shrapnel, but it does bludgeoning damage. Go figure. It does 3d8 bludgeoning damage again in a 5-foot square within 60 feet. Oh, okay. So you throw it, the ball punches them, does 3d8 bludgeoning damage to all creatures that are within a 5-foot square within 60 feet, aka 1 creature. Then the shrapnel slices the creature in that square and in a 10-foot emanation around it for 2d6 slashing. So then it blows up. So you hit one person for 3d8 plus 2d6, and then you hit everybody else in 10 feet around them for 2d6. And everybody makes a basic reflex save. That damage is pretty low. And again, we said this before. These higher level AoEs are really going to suffer. They are not going to scale well. The class DCs are not going to scale well, number 1. Number 2, compared to the casters, the damage is going to be frightfully low. I mean, 18th level, 5d8 plus 3d6. And that is, you know, that's pathetically bad. All right, Rock Rampart. 2 actions. You get a wall of stone. The only difference is it only lasts the next turn, but you can sustain it. But it doesn't even overflow. Okay, so this is like 1,000,000 times better. Wall of Stone is incredibly good at control. And yeah, you have to sustain it, but I mean, you can cut a battlefield in half. I mean, this is an incredible ability. You get more hit points as you get higher level automatically. I think this is really, really cool. I almost feel like they meant to have Rock Rampart be overflow. Yeah, maybe. This should probably be overflow, honestly. You're probably right, Floyd. Yeah, they overbalanced for lack of spell slots. I don't know that they overbalanced. Because, like Total Entropy just said, it's difficult to cast on spells. Also, yeah, it's a wall for 2 actions. The casting this takes 3. Cantrip Wall of Stone. What the fuck? Again, the downside is you have to sustain it. But I think I'm happy to sustain this. That's incredibly powerful. All right, Assume Earth Mantle, aka you go full tough. You go full Avatar rock armor. I was trying to find a good picture of it. So this is a very, very interesting feat for one reason. I mean, there's a lot of reasons. I mean, yeah, I think you can Total Entropy. This is very interesting for its last ability. All right, so you summon Earth onto yourself for 3 actions. And again, it overflows. You become large, increasing your reach by 5 feet, which is great. You know, you got those powerful Earth strikes. You get a climb speed equal to your land speed, so you can just, you know, you're like chunking up mountains and cliff sides. You get a +5 item bonus to your AC and a dexterity cap of +1. So again, you get basically your armor. But it doesn't get any rune bonuses, so this is actually probably pretty bad. Wow, are the other elements as OP as stone? I mean, self-confessed cynic, you know, the air was pretty good. The problem is stone is really good for its blast as well, because it has critical specialization effect for critting with your stone is you knock them prone, and you can do it at range. So it's pretty powerful, this. I don't know. That's probably a great question. Yeah, this seems like this would be a problem because you don't gain any of the bonuses from other armor you're wearing. Remember, at this point, your armor would have not only would have runes on it, but it would also probably have resistance runes. So this probably resilience runes. Sorry. So this is weird. It's probably a problem. They need to fix this. The main thing about this thing is, look at this last one. It gives you strength. Now, the first thing is, this is already a mistake because even Apex items don't give you an item bonus to strength. They just give you a bonus to strength. I actually brought this up with Mark, and he said, yeah, item bonuses never apply to stats. As written, this would stack with an Apex strength item. So it's very weird. I don't know what they meant for this to do, but the fact is that this overflow, it lasts for a minute. I mean, if you can pop this before you go into combat, yeah, again, I think this is just a broken feat. Like, it doesn't work the way it's supposed to. None of this works the way it's supposed to. So I think we can just skip this. But I mean, I get what they're trying to go for here, and maybe it's cool. But Stone Guardian. 2 actions, no overflow. You beckon an elemental spirit through your gate. You create a stationary stone guardian. It's medium. It has to be unoccupied within 30 feet in a square. It's AC 30, 120 hit points, immune to critical hits. So, okay, that's going to do work. AC 30 and 120 hit points, and it's immune to critical hit and precisions. But it does automatically fail saving throws. It lasts until the end of the turn, but you can sustain it. Each time you sustain the Guardian, you can have it make a melee fist strike. It has reach 10, attack modifier of plus 25. Let's see, we're level 14. So 14 plus 6 is 20. Plus 2 bonus is 22. Plus strength of 5. So, like, our Barbarian and Ranger are probably going to have like a plus 26 or a plus 27-ish to a hit, maybe. So this is attacking with plus 25. Not horrible. 3d8 plus 10 bludgeoning damage is not bad. And if the attack is a critical hit, they're also knocked prone. Allies within the Guardian's reach are under its protection, and they gain cover. So that's plus 2 to their AC. That's actually really good. That's a plus 2 circumstance bonus to AC. I mean, that's not bad. The Guardian cannot move. It's stationary. But it has reach 10. And remember, though, you can sustain it, but you could also create a new one the next turn. I mean, I think this is pretty cool. You can just cast another one. It doesn't overflow. It doesn't overflow. It's got good hit points. It's got a good AC. And, I mean, the attack it's making isn't bad. So you're sustaining it, but it's making an attack. And everybody gets cover, which is plus 2. No overflow on this is pretty good. I actually like this feat. Yeah, Dawn Pokey, I like it. It's unique. Every element gets kind of own weird thing, but, I mean, this is a kind of a cool one. I like it. It's kind of like a mini defender. I love everybody gets cover. That's plus 2 circumstance bonus to AC and plus 2 circumstance bonus to reflex save. Circumstance bonus. Cover and reflex. AC and reflex. That's pretty good. Notice, it says this cover cannot be used to hide, but it doesn't say that they can't take cover. That means for one action, people who don't even have shields could, if they were within reach of this Stone Guardian, take cover and increase the cover to greater cover, giving them a plus 4 circumstance bonus to AC and to reflex saves. That is damn impressive. And plus 4 AC is a ton. For one action, that's pretty good. All right. 18, we got our 2 cool ones. Rebirth in Living Stone. We got a polymorph trait and overflow. Rock overflows from within you to consume your form. Very cool flavor. Before cracking open to reveal your body has been transformed into living stone. So you go full the thing from Fantastic Four. You gain 40 temp, like 40. 40 is a good number. 40 is a good number. You're immune to critical hits and precision damage. Holy shit, that's awesome. You can't be pushed, pulled, or tripped while you're on earth or stone. Holy shit, that's awesome. The damage die of your blast becomes D10 instead of D8. We'll take it. We'll take it. And while under this effect, you can gather elements to gather earth as a free action at the start of your turn, but we could do that anyways from our core ability. Oops. And you have to sustain it. That's the only part that sucks, but that's pretty damn fine. Now, here's the thing. You could lose all this, and yeah, it overflows. You could lose all this, and you regather your strength. You burn through that 40 temp. You could just redo this again and rebirth yourself in living stone and get a new set of 40 temp. There's no restriction on this. And by the way, at level 20, it's 50 in D12s. 50 in D12s. I mean, that's just... I mean, I get it. At that point, it doesn't really matter. But there is something immensely satisfying about rolling D12s. Okay? Yes, provoke. Gathering your element has manipulate and Boothby concentrate. It has concentrate and manipulate. So yes, it does. There is a spell casting component to here. But remember, this is Pathfinder 2. And in theory, if you actually believe the game designers when they made the game, not everything should have fucking attack of opportunity. Even if designers are being really lazy and sticking on at everything because they want to make, that's how they're making the fights more dynamic, by just giving everything attack of opportunity instead of being more creative and giving them interesting reactions or designing a new combat system that makes the game more dynamic and blah, 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 blah. Well, this is amazing. I love everything about this. I love the flavor. I love 40 temp. I love 50 temp. I love D10. I love D12. I love immune to crits, critical hits, precision damage, and you can't be pushed, pulled, or tripped. Wow. Strat, that is completely true. They removed it, and now because too many creatures have attack of opportunity, people still don't move, because now giving anybody, whether it's an enemy or an ally, or a PC, a free attack at highest map is like a suicide, because crits are so powerful. So against a boss, we are not sure if they have attack of opportunity or not. A lot of times you won't move just because you don't want to get completely screwed over. All right, well, their other cool one, let's see if it can compete, because Rebirth and Living Stone is damn impressive. The fact that this doesn't have I mean, I get it. It's level 18. We shouldn't, but it should be this powerful. The Shattered Mountain Weeps. A massive sphere of rock appears overhead, exploding in a cataclysm of falling debris. Its destruction falls in a 20-foot burst within 120 feet, so short-range fireball. Creatures in the area take 9d10 bludgeoning damage with a basic fort save against your class DC, which is going to be really bad. Those who fail the saves are knocked prone. I do like that, but again, the DCs are going to be pretty low. For the next minute, rock continues to fall in the area, making it difficult terrain and dealing 2d10 bludgeoning damage to any creature. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's not going to do it. 9d10 is a whopping 50 damage. Whereas something like Cone of Cold at this level is doing closer to 80. So, yeah. Probably not going to make the cut. But Rebirth and Living Stone is really cool. Yes, rocks fall, everyone dies. That would be nice. All right. Fire. I'm going to pick this sub up because it's fire. You're a pyrokinesis. Pyrokinesis. All right. Rebirth and Living Stone, I agree, MVP. Flinging Updraft, also MVP. Chaining Blast, also MVP. Also, I like the level 8 feat that gives you flight from air, and I like the level 8 feat that gives you burrow from earth. Those are both really good, too. All right, Burning Jet. I mean, this is pure Avatar, anime, shoot. Strat, I mean, I don't think that feat is horrible. I just think it's a little underwhelming. Burning Jet, 2 actions, no overflow. You stride up to 40 feet in a straight line, and it doesn't trigger reactions. So you just kind of go. At 6th level, you move 60 feet, and you can instead leap. And at 10th level, But you hover briefly after leaping into the air. If you leap, you don't fall until the end of your next turn. And if you use Burning Jet again on a subsequent turn, you remain airborne. So you can literally just kind of go. I mean, this is okay, but 2 actions to move 40 doesn't seem great. 2 actions to move 60 would have been better. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's in a straight line, so you can kind of shoot 40 feet up, but yeah. All right, Eternal Torch. Choose a target creature or object you can touch. You create a torchlight flame that either orbits a creature, so it's light. It's a light spell. Also, remember, your gathered fire automatically creates torchlight. So this is just a bunch of lights. Not a fan. Not a fan. Flame Eruption. I mean, again, even in the land of just flavorful spells, like I just don't think this is really exciting. I mean, come on. I get that it's level 1, but yeah, 20 continual flames. Ooh, who cares? Flame Eruption, 2 actions, overflow. With an upward gesture, you shape a vertical column of spiraling flames. 5 foot diameter, that's 4 squares, 4 5-foot squares, and 30 feet high, and the bottom must be within 30 feet of you. Each creature takes 1d6 fire damage. The flames remain briefly, making all squares hazardous terrain, and someone takes 1 point of damage. And it increases by d6 every 3 levels. Yikes. That is not very impressive, is it? Air Boomerang seemed better than this. Yikes. Oh, did I read it wrong? 5 foot diameter. 5 foot diameter. Okay, so it's 1 square. Oh, this is horrible. And this is overflow? This might be one of the worst feats we've ever seen. This is big yikes. This is a fail. This is very bad. This might be one of the worst feats we've seen yet. Jeez, that's horrible. Okay. Fire, not off to a great start. All right, we got our kinetic aura from fire. Warming Nimbus. Choose cold or fire. You and all creatures within your kinetic aura gain resistance equal to your level to damage of that type. If you have the elemental resistance class feature, which you get automatically, your resistance from Warming Nimbus is cumulative with any resistance to that damage. So this is an AoE cold or fire resist aura. Equal to your level? Yes, this is pretty good. I mean, level 15, basically everybody in your party gets fire resistance 15, and you get to stack your fire resistance with that on top of that, or cold resistance. This is pretty good. It's not damaging. I mean, I'm not saying that everything should be damaging, but come on, if there should be there should be an element that should be good at burning people up, it should be fire. How is the best feat for level 1 fire the one that defends your allies? I mean, you become immune to fire at like level 17 total entropy. Let's have a matter of perspective here. All right. Blazing wave, overflow. Flames flow out through in a cascade. 30-foot cone. Each creature takes 3d6 fire damage with a basic reflex save. A creature that critically fails is knocked prone. So this is a slightly, because it scales at d6 for 2, so that scales at the same level as caster. This is like a little bit better burning hands with a 30-foot cone instead of 15. That's a big deal, though. It is overflow, so you're paying an extra action. But, burning hands at this level will be doing 4d6. Yours does 3d6. So you're going to be 1d6 behind a burning hands, but you're doing a 30-foot cone instead of a 15-foot cone. You can do it forever, but you're overflowing to use it. This is probably about the best that we could hope. And you get the little extra benefit that if they critically fail, they knock prone. This is probably for a repeatable AoE, probably the best that we could hope for is to be within a d6 of a caster spell. I don't mind the 30-foot cone. No, at level 4, you would have a level 2 Burning Hands. And Burning Hands is 2d6 plus... Right? Isn't Burning Hands 2d6? Well, maybe I don't know what Burning Hands does. Burning Hands is 2d6, and it'd be 4d6 at level 2. So at level 3, the wizard would have a level 2 Burning Hands, which would do 4d6, and yours does 3d6. Now, by the time you're level 6, yours is doing 4d6, and theirs is doing 6d6. And then, I see what you're saying. It's going to fall behind an additional d6. Yeah. Good at low levels, horrible at high levels. Good at low levels. No, but it does scale because the Burning Hand scales 2d6 every spell level. So essentially, this level plus 2, the damage increases by 1d6. The actual Burning Hands is level plus 2, damage increases by 2d6. So by the time you get to like level 12 or 14 or 16 or 18, you're like 6d6 behind what Burning Hands is doing. Womp womp. You get an aura, kinetic aura. Everybody takes 2 fire damage, and everybody's concealed. I don't like this one either. Not enough damage. The damage doesn't scale well, and it's gonna hit your allies, and everybody's concealed. Not good. I don't like either of these level 4 feats. All right, 6th level, Crawling Fire. It's a conjuration, 3 actions. You summon a fire creature. It appears within an unoccupied space within 30 feet of you. It's linked to your own flame, and you can cast your fire impulses through it. But remember, fire impulses is pretty good range. Fire is 60-foot range. When you use a fire impulse, you can have the impulse originate from the crawling fire instead, and when you first summon the crawling fire, you can immediately make a melee fire elemental blast against a creature next to it. You can use overflow abilities through the crawling fire, but the beast's own fire is consumed in the process, destroying it immediately after the overflow ability is complete. You can and you have to sustain it. And when you sustain it, it can move 40 feet. Also, any damage dealt to the crawling fire is dealt to you. Level 8. The fire you create can be small or medium. Who cares if it's small or medium? What difference does that even make? Yeah, this is a bad feat too. I don't like this one. It seems kind of weak. Especially with the sustain. Having to burn an action each turn. It doesn't even attack. It doesn't do anything. The only thing you can do is use your abilities from it. That's bad. Wandering Smoke. We get a polymorph. You shift a creature's corporeal form into a tumbling plume of smoke. Target yourself or a willing creature. The target turns into black smoke and gets to stride its speed. During the movement, it can move through occupied spaces, ignore difficult terrain and greater difficult terrain, as long as that wouldn't impede smoke, and your movement doesn't trigger reactions. At the end of the movement, the target returns to the normal space, and its space is filled with smoke that makes anyone within the space concealed. It lasts until the start of your next turn, or until dispelled. For 1 minute after you use this impulse, their eyes glow with an orange light, and they gain smoke vision. And at level 10, you can fly instead of stride. So again, a utility spell where you can turn yourself or an ally into smoke. You can move, ignoring terrain, creatures, reactions, and then when you appear in your space, you get the benefit of concealment. This is the best feat for this level, and again, it's a weird defensive ability. Kind of utility defense ability. I like it. Wandering Smoke looks fine. It's a cool repositioning. It's a give an ally a move, and it's a really sweet move. No terrain. You can go through enemy spaces, and it ignores reactions. Nothing triggers reactions. I mean, that's pretty cool. It does have overflow, though. The summoning was not overflow, but the summoning was 3 actions. All right. Kindle Inner Flames. As a candle can light another, you can awaken the latent potential to channel fire. Target any number of willing creatures, so your party, within 30 feet of you. Each of them sheds faint or faint flying embers. They get a +1 status bonus to reflex saves. Okay. Acrobatics checks. Okay. And plus D10 foot status bonus to all their speeds. That's not bad. It's for 1 minute. The next strike each of the targets makes before the end of its next turn deals an additional D6 fire damage. And at level 12, instead, it's +2 to reflex saves, +2 to acrobatics check, and everybody gets +2 20 bonus. And that lasts for a minute, and you can just pop this off with no overflow. That's almost bard-like, right? But like instead of every round, it's kind of like every minute. You're just kindling their inner flames. I don't mind this. All right, we've got a big one here. Solar detonation. Incapacitation. Blinding flames explode in a swirling sphere. The detonation fills a 20-foot burst, so fireball, within 60 feet of you, so not fireball. Each creature in the area takes 3d10 fire damage, and it can become dazzled or blinded, which is why it's incapacitation. And because the incapacitation covers every aspect of this, not just the failure condition, that means that this is a horrible spell. Although they're blinded, and when they become blinded, they're only blinded until the start of your next turn. This is not, and it's only 3d10 fire. Wow, very disappointing. Very disappointing. I would say that this would be like a C-, D+ at best, but the incapacitation, you know, again, it's an AoE. I get it. Again, I really step back to that. I think if you're fighting a lot of single or duo, high level PL +2, +3 fights, this class is not. But you're spending, yeah, exactly, Shadram, for 4 actions. Horrible. Yeah, this is not a good feat. And look at the damage increase. D10 every 4 levels. Horrible. Level 12, Architect of Flame. 3 actions again and overflow. So we're looking at a virtual 4. I am going with, someone said this earlier, and you're very smart and I'm very stupid. You're right, I'm wrong. You're good looking, I'm not attractive. Whoever said this earlier, that fire must be them trying to test the bottom end of the design, is absolutely right. I refuse to believe that this is on accident. These are definitely much less impressive than earth or air. Flames rise in shape to your will, forming a palisade of dome of your design. You create a wall of fire. In addition to the normal shapes, you can make a wall 10 feet wide. The wall's damage is 3d6. So this has overflow. And this did not. This was Wall of Stone for 2 actions and no overflow. And the Wall of Fire, because it does damage, is 3 actions with overflow. What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming Brutus the Cat, I'm assuming you're being sarcastic here. This just goes to show you how, like, the way that people balance things and the way that people cost things is completely ridiculous. Like, anyone who's played this game understands the power of Wall of Stone is way more powerful than the 2d6 fire damage you get from Wall of Fire. Blueberry, I'm glad that you enjoyed that reference. You could be part of my inner crowd where me and, like, I just went to Vegas, and my buddies that I go to Vegas with, which are not the Knights of Last Call, we basically just quote Happy Gilmore, Billy Madison, Tommy Boy, which isn't a Adam Sandler film, Big Daddy. We just quote these at each other all the time. Well, we know, yeah, Earth beats fire. Hey, Ben, what's up, buddy? Well, you missed some pretty cool elemental avatar feats and some fun exploratory game design, and now we are into fire, and we are seeing that Paizo is also trying to test the floor of their design, not just the ceiling. Yes, how would I sum up fire so far? I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your stone. At no point during your attempt to design a feat list were you anywhere close to creating anything resembling fun or rational thought. Paizo, I award you no points for fire, and may God have mercy on your soul. Furnace form, 2 actions, no overflow polymorph, and you gain the benefits of fiery body. Great, I need to look that up. Your fiery elemental blasts add a die of their normal damage instead of the D4. So you get the extra D6 damage. While under the effect, you can gather elements to gather fire as a free action at the start of each of your turns. But it only lasts until the end of your next turn. At level 16, when this becomes a minute, that's not bad. That's not bad. But still. Fiery body doesn't work on you because your impulses aren't spells. Well said, sir. Well said. So this doesn't even work. I award you no points. May God have mercy on your souls. Arrive in conflagration. This is teleportation, overflow, 2 actions. You fall through your own inner gate, interesting, leaving behind an effigy of flame and appearing majestically. You instantly teleport yourself and anything you hit them, so it's Dimension Door at level 14. You have to go within 120 feet of a place you can see, and that's adjacent to open flame or a creature taking persistent fire damage. And then you create a pillar of fire, and if somebody stands next to it, by the way, you're level 14. The monsters have 225 hit points, 250 hit points, but they take 2d6 damage. And then if you're almost at the end of the game, they might take 3d6 damage. So this is horrible in all possible ways. Great. Okay, this is bad. Horrid Ignition. I think Horrid Ignition is this fire list. That's what's horrid. You lob noxious chemical flames that make a ranged fire elemental blast. They deal an additional 3d6 persistent fire damage, and they are enfeebled 1 as long as they... Okay. Now, this is 2 actions, but using a fire blast and adding 3d6 persistent fire on a hit, and they're enfeebled 1, that's pretty good. 3d6 persistent fire damage can really add up. And for an extra action, I think this is pretty okay. So this looks pretty good. This looks pretty good to me because that's a debuff with no save, and it's 3d6 persistent damage on a hit, not a critical hit, on a hit. So, and that's range fire, so that's 60-foot range. This is good. I like this. I think you'll get a lot of. This is good play. This is good play. Remember, fire is agile too, so you could throw this for 2 and hit them, and then make a follow-up attack at -4. So I think this one's pretty good. All right. Level 18. All shall end in flames. Overflow. Death. White hot fire consumes everything in a cataclysmic sphere of death. This fills your choice of a 30-foot burst within 500 feet or a 30-foot emanation. This deals 7d10 fire damage. We're like, the creatures have literally 300 plus hit points at this level. What are we talking about here? 7d10? What is that? 30? 35 damage? Wow. I need to look that up. That's like nothing. Wow, that's nothing. 38 damage. Wow. And then at 20, it goes to 8. Oh, wow. If you die to this impulse, you return to life at the start of your hit points in the next same space. When you return, you have hit points equal to double your level? So you come back with 35 hit points? If you kill yourself? All right. A for the awesome, for the name. A for the awesome idea of this. F minus for implementation. This doesn't even deserve its name. The fact that I can throw it a different location is stupid, by the way. It should only be from yourself. It should do an absurd amount of damage. And this is ridiculous. This is bad. Hey, I killed myself and I came back with 30 hit points. Okay, good for you. Ignite the sun. The fires of creation become yours to control. You create a miniature sun in a 5-foot burst within 500 feet. All right, so this is a 5-foot burst. So the sun is 4 squares. Oh, look at that. We're level 20 or 18, but we need bright light for 500 feet. Every creature in the area takes 46 fire damage. All right, so this is your kill everyone in town spell. The sun continually channels fire into you and your allies. You and each of your allies within 20 feet of the sun deal an extra 1d6 fire. Wow. Oh. With strikes, spells that deal fire damages, and impulses that deal fire damage. The sun lasts until the end of your next turn, but you can sustain it. I already spent 3 actions to cast it. It already has overflow, so I need to regather my energy. I mean, I guess I'm doing it for free at this point. And I have to sustain it. And when I sustain it, I can increase the size of the burst and make the sun fly up into the air. It's already a 500-foot burst. But you know what I need to do? I need to sustain it each round to make it go up by 5 foot. What the fuck are we talking about? This is bad. I give both of these Fs. All right, fire sucks. All right, last one, water. Let's end strong here. Hydrokineticist. All right. Well, that Azikaru, that's even more horrible, and I'm sorry. Oh man, people are trying to... Water is even worse. Spoiler. Okay, water doesn't get much better. Brace yourself. Now remember, before we even went into this, water was at the bottom of our list. I know it's been a long time. Okay? Strat, you're thinking too fourth dimensionally here, Strat. You're thinking too fourth dimensionally. That'll never happen, and so the spell does nothing. Good call. Actually, you know what, Strat? I think when you consume its overflow, I don't know when you lose it, but I think you might drop your fire resistance because you technically drop your gathered fire to cast it because you overflowed. So I think that's what happens. I already didn't like water because the critical specialization effect was very weak and the actual weapon traits of the water were very inferior considering what Earth gained, and especially Earth's critical spec. So water was already at the bottom of my list just because it's blast, which again, let's face it, you've played this game. If you're a barbarian or ranger, if you're this class, I bet you are going to spend a lot of your actions over the course of a campaign blasting people. So if that sucks, you know, that's something to keep in mind. So water was already sort of set back. So hydrokinesis, the chill of winter provides a counterpoint, arresting movement just as efficiently as waves allowed. All right, here we go. Deflecting wave, overflow, reaction. You would take acid, bludgeoning, fire, or slashing. You're aware and not flat-footed. The water you've gathered explodes into a wave that blunts or disperses the... You gain resistance to the damage equal to your level if it's bludgeoning or slashing, or double your level if it's acid or fire. It is overflow, but it is a reaction. You don't have to use it. It's your level against slashing and bludgeoning, which is 2 pretty good, powerful types. And fire and acid are both very reasonable damage types. And it's double against those. I don't think this is that bad. It's not particularly exciting. I think you would only ever have this if you were a dedicated water caster, or water kinesis, but it's pretty good. I don't mind this. I don't think it's quite as good as Stone Shield Floyd, but it's pretty good. Tidal Hands. He's got tidal hands. Grab my tidal hand. No, not this one. You gotta grab my tidal hand. All right, it's getting late. Tidal Hands is overflow for 2 actions with an emphatic gesture. You create waves that rush out from you in the shape of your hands. My big hands. My big tidal hands. You either form 2 15-foot cones that don't overlap, or you combine your hands to make a 30-foot cone. Each creature takes 2d6 bludgeoning with a basic reflex save against your class DC, and on a critical failure, they are pushed 5 feet. Okay, so at level 1, this is overflow, so you're spending 3 actions. But this is overflow burning hands, where you're either doing 2 15-foot cones or a 30-foot cone. So better. I mean, yeah, you're giving up an action, but it's infinite and it's 2d6, and that's great. The problem is burning hands every 2 levels goes up by 2d6 damage. This every 2 levels goes up by 1d6 damage, which means this feat is amazing at level 1. It's okay at level 3. It's pretty at level 5, and then at level 7 and 9 and 30 it falls off. So great at low level, doesn't scale. Water dance. A surging wave forms behind and around a creature, pushing it forward rapidly. Target a willing creature within 30 feet. A wave appears behind and around the target and lets it stride up to 30 feet. If the target is in the water, it can instead swim up to 40 feet. The target gains +2 circumstance bonus to defenses against any reactions triggered by this movement. If you target yourself, you can move it twice instead of once. Okay. 30-foot 2-action move against a willing creature, and they do get reactions. But if you target yourself, you get 2 moves, but you get a bonus. The air one seemed better. Hell, the earth one seemed better than this. Yeah, water dance is good enough, I suppose, but air is, air was better, but I don't know Owen Wilson. I don't know if I know Owen Wilson. I know him. I know what he looks like. Winter's Clutch, Kinetic Aura, flakes of chilling snow. Strat, I do agree that I like the ally stride and they don't have to burn their reaction, so that's great. Dane, welcome, buddy. Human Earth Kineticist, medium armor, level 1, level 2, heavy with Sentinel dedication, 18 con, 16 makes dex, 10 need a bulwark. All right, that's pretty good. All right, here we go. It's an aura for 1 damage, and an individual can only take damage once per turn. At the end of each turn, the snow in the aura collects in a snowdrift. Choose 3 squares to become difficult terrain, and it goes up by 1. Wow, horrible, horrible. 1 damage, even at level 1, that's pathetic. Wow, bad. Obviously, if you're fighting a bunch of creatures that have cold resistance or a cold weakness, you win, but that's bad. Not a fan. All right, level 4, Return to the Sea. You adapt a creature to living and moving in water. Target a willing creature within 30 feet for 10 minutes or until you next use Return to the Sea. It gains a feat to fin spell and can breathe underwater. And at level 6, you can target 5/5 willing creature. Cool feat for the level. Very much like you can do your things with water. But I don't think you're going to take it. But maybe you will, because you don't have anything else better for this. But again, spells should be this lucky. You get the feat at level 4, and just 2 levels later, you can now target your whole party. So at the very least, this spell at least works, or this feat just works. So at least we get that. And you basically completely can function underwater. They can breathe underwater, they can move underwater with a swim speed because of feat to fins, and they ignore the effects that the water has on their bludgeoning and slashing weapons. So does it work? It just works, but yeah, it is what it is. This is, by the way, where the Universalist, with their ability to swap out, and when you gain for example, if you have water because you're not a dedicated caster, if you're a dedicated earth, you can never take this. But if you're a Universalist and you can take from every elemental, and you get that at 9th level, you get that flexible feat, and you go, hey, we're going to the water today. Oh, cool. I'll pick up Return to the Sea. It's level 8 or lower. I'll pick it up. And now we have it for the day. And now, by the way, I'm level 9, so automatically it's 5 willing creatures. It's great. So yeah, water seems like I would never choose it as a dedication. It's only for the Universalist. I think that's probably a good way to look at it. Veil of Mist is the same thing. It's just illusory disguise, but on repeat. We've talked about illusory disguise in our spell streams, but very utility, not something that you're going to really need on any given day basis, but great as a flexible option. Slippery Sleet. I also find that a lot of these are, I know that water, cold is the same thing, but the other ones didn't seem like they double dipped as much. This seems like it's mostly just cold damage. 20-foot burst, 120-foot action, 3 feet, overflow, so 4 actions. 4d4 cold damage. Surfaces in the burst are slippery. They are difficult terrain and uneven ground with a balanced DC of 15. A creature is flat-footed on the ice, as is normal for uneven ground. Shitty damage, a lot of actions, but AoE balance plus difficult terrain plus flat-footed isn't bad. But remember, it is going to affect you and your allies as well. But it could be really nice for hitting people with spell attacks or ranged attacks. So I don't hate it. And 20-foot burst at 120-foot range is pretty good. So probably probably the best water one we've seen yet, aside from deflecting wave. So again, a lot of actions though. Oh, the heighten is pathetic, and the DC never goes up. Cool. I'm glad that's existing. Let's see how many creatures are trained in acrobatics. They're pretty fucked if they aren't. I mean, that's fair enough, K-Swiss deck. I mean, the problem is that at DC 15 K-Swiss deck, even if they have like a plus 6 or 7 decks and they're not trained in acrobatics, they still get, you know, they only need to roll an 8 or something. Right, but it's only DC 15. So, no, listen, I appreciate the fact that not everybody's trained in acrobatics. That's, again, I said, I like this. This is pretty good. But it's a lot of actions. A lot of 4. Look at all these actions here. 3 action overflow, and you get a wall of water. Again, wall of stone, somehow 2 actions, no overflow. Wall of water, and you have to sustain it, and it's 3 actions and it's overflow. Yikes. Yikes. Lowland Flog, another 3 actions at least, and overflow. My God. Sorry, buddy. No, I appreciate Shadram that it is lower level. It is lower level, but the I don't care that it's, I mean, but the effect of a wall of water is much, much less effect than a wall of stone. So, you know, you're still giving up an extra action and an extra overflow to regather for a wall of water. I still think these. That's a very good point, Ben. Again, wall of stone is also way more powerful than wall of water. So I'm just looking at the action cost. Lowland Fog, you make fog bank. 10-foot burst, 120 feet. All creatures in the fog are hidden, and all creatures outside the fog become hidden to creatures within the fog. But remember, if they're on the other side of the fog cloud from you, you can see them just fine, because that's the way Pathfinder 2 works. Then one creature of your choice inside the area can step or stride, provided it ends the movement within the fog. And it lasts only until the start of your next turn. However, if a creature attempts to target a creature within the fog, all observers disbelieve the illusion, so it's not even a real fog. Fake fog. For instance, if a creature made an attack into the fog and guessed the location of the target, the flat check for the target... Oh. This is bad. And it's complicated fog cloud. I'm sorry, guys. It's 11 o'clock. I don't have time to try to figure out what the hell this is even trying to do. I'll just believe Don Pokey. All right, Torrent in the Blood. A healing wave for 2 actions. No overflow. 30-foot cone. 3d6. And you get a new save against poison and disease. And if you fail, it doesn't worsen. And then you're immune for 10 minutes. For 2 actions, no overflow. 3d6 hit points at level 8. 4d8 plus 32. Even just a basic is 4d8. I mean, I guess it's for free. I mean, they're immune for 10 minutes, though. Ugh. I mean, the free save against poison or disease, and then you don't get worse if you fail, is pretty nice, but it's not great. It's like a C. I would say it's like a C. 12th level, Drowning Sphere. 3 actions, of course. You collect water into a sphere. They got lazy with the water because now they're just referencing other spells. And we know spells are bad in Pathfinder 2 for the most part. So if a feat of a Kineticist is referencing a spell from Pathfinder 2, that means it's also probably bad. You create a sphere within 30 feet, which has the effects of an aqueous orb spell, except it uses your Kineticist class DC, which is going to be bad. In addition, the sphere can grow whip-like tendrils of water to lash out at nearby foes or batter the foes trapped within. As long as it's within 30 feet, you can make melee water attacks from the sphere's location instead of your own. Who cares? 3 actions to do this? Doesn't seem... I mean, I guess it's okay. Aqueous Orb. Let's see. Aqueous Orb is sustained, though. So you have to sustain it. But you can roll the orb around. It can collect creatures of large or smaller, and they have to make a reflex DC or they become engulfed. If they become engulfed, they are grabbed and they begin suffocating. Medium creatures basically are stuck, but a large creature is big enough that it can reach out and of the water. They can either get free by making a swimming check against DC 10 athletics or escaping against your spell DC. Okay. I mean, this plays. This plays. Yeah, I agree. This one's not bad. This one plays. It's okay. Glacial Prison. So many traits, they almost changed the font here. It's got end cap, so we're in trouble here. Intense Cold captures your enemy in clutches of frost. Target a creature within 120 feet, make a fort save, and then they're immune. Crit, unaffected. Success, slowed 1 until the end of its next turn. So for 1 turn. Fail, they are petrified. But it is incapacitation, people. They turn to ice, and by the way, they're petrified until the end of your next turn. Only on a critical failure of the incapacitation are they frozen. And even then, they're only frozen for 1 turn. They just become slowed 1 for a following turn. This is horrible. I give this feat 0 action. 0 points. This feat's horrible. Yeah, it's horrible. This says it's incapacitation and it's 2 actions and it's overflow and it's horrible. Everything is only to 1 turn. This is horrible. All right, Barrier of Boreal Frost. Cool name, but it's a 3 action overflow. You form an intricate structure of ice, such as a wall of bricks made of packed snow or a screen of enormous icicles. This is a wall of ice spell. So Wall of Stone just must have been a mistake. Because this is still a wall. It still lasts for 1 turn. This is higher level than Wall of Stone, people. This is higher level than Wall of Stone. Wall of Stone feat was level 12. This, or Rampant of Earth, or whatever it was level 12, 2 actions, not overflow. This is level 14 for a 3 action overflow Wall of Ice spell. So, pretty bad. Sea Glass Guardian. Yeah, I mean, obviously the Wall of Stone, everyone read it and was like, wow, that would be so much fun. That would be so much incredible. And then we're like, okay, yeah, it's clearly a mistake. It's clearly an error. Floyd, I also agree with you. Sea Glass Guardian is a kinetic aura, an elemental water being, perhaps an eel formed from undulating water or ice crystals in the shape of a jellyfish, races around you. It flows around combatants. Whenever a creature in or adjacent to your kinetic aura, which is, by the way, 10 feet, damages you or an ally, they take 8 damage. You choose the form of the defender when you use this impulse. Bludgeoning, cold, piercing. So you get an aura that protects you and your allies, and anybody who attacks you, if they're within your aura or next to your aura, which is a 10-foot, possibly a 30-foot, they take 8 automatic damage. I mean, yeah, it's not great, but, you know, if you're attacking if 3 or 4 enemies are attacking, and whenever they deal damage, so if they attack multiple times per round, if they hit a couple times, I mean, this could be dealing out 40 to 50 points of automatic damage a round. This feels pretty powerful. You'll go up to 12 damage at 17 and 15 damage at level 20. Could be a little higher, but the damage, but I think this is okay. Again, I'm not super excited about it, but I think it's probably like a C+. 18th level. Ride the Tsunami. 3 actions, Overflow. You big ass tsunami. 60-foot cone, 8d10 bludgeoning damage, basic reflex against your class DC, which will be awful. A creature that fails its save is pushed 10 feet. And any unattempted object of 1 bulk or less is pushed to the far end of the cone. No flick maces. After the tsunami crashes down, you can swim to anywhere within its area. I think we're at level 18 at the end of a game. We 8d10 bludgeoning. I just don't think we... Confirm. Flick maces, immune to tsunamis, people. So we're basically cashing in our element. We're writing 3 damage. We're taking in 3 to do a 44-point damaged cone. And then they're pushed. They're not knocked prone. They're pushed. All right, people. It's time for our last one here to usurp the lunar reigns. 3 actions: Impulse, Kineticist, Evocation, Overflow, Primal Water. You can fully create water and control the tides, subverting even the moon's sovereignty. In a 20-foot burst within 120 feet, you manipulate or create water in your choice the following ways. Raise or lower water by 10 feet. Yes, lo, there do I control the very waves. Call me Ocean Master, for the tides are at my bidding. A mere 20-foot burst within 120 feet. Lower 10 feet. Raise 10 feet. The wizard is casting Wish. The cleric is casting Miracle. But watch as I raise the water and lower it. I can create a pool of water. Think of the parties. Think of the fountains one could create. I have adventured for a long time, and now look at the pure water. I must create it on a surface, and it must flow normally, cannot possibly deal damage. And lastly, I can make water in the area turbulent or calm. Think of it. Your whitewater rafting days are over. For once I find an area in the river that is not wider than 20 feet, therefore I can fit it within my area of reach. I can turn that turbulent water to calm water, turning difficult terrain to calm water and greater difficult terrain to difficult terrain, because turning greater difficult terrain to calm, I couldn't have done that because, I'm not 20th level yet. By the way, this effect lasts for 6 seconds. Open Gaming License version 1.0a. Well, water is horrible. Fire is horrible. Earth and fire, earth and air slap. What can I say? Earth and air slap. So everybody go be a dual gate earth air caster, with flexible blasts, or just go straight in on fire, or straight in on air, or straight in on earth.
We made it, team.
We made it, team. Thank you. Thank you very much. Total entropy for that $20. We did it, folks. We did it. We really did. Wow. It only took us a little bit over 4 hours, but we are here. The Kineticist is no, we never asked how much fire bulk. Well, 1 bulk of fire would be, imagine a gnomish flick mace on fire, but then like half as much. So air earth, gap the size of a galaxy, fire, water. That seems to be about correct. I probably, if you want to be, I will say this. I think earth and air complement each other really nicely. I think earth is going to be great for those strength builds. I think air is going to be great for those dex builds. The flexible blast feat, which you can get at level 1, really gives you a lot of play with those either way, because you can add finesse to your earth, or you can add brutal to your whatever, your air. I think the dual caster could be really fun there. Air is not going to do a ton of damage, but it has just a ton of really fun, exciting, versatile things. I think with the right general feats, we've mentioned this before, going to medium armor with your general feat that you take from being a human, and then level 2, if you have free archetype, maybe you pick up Sentinel, and then now you're in heavy armor with the earth, and then you have the stone shield, you would be a beast mode. And I think you'd have a lot of fun with that. Not to mention, you're going to be doing good damage. I think the class is going to suffer from a little bit of multiple attribute dependency, also known as MAD. When we say a class is MAD, we mean that it has multiple attributes that it's dependent upon, and you're gonna have to spread those classes out. The class being key stat con, but relying really on your strength and dex to get anything done, except for your class DCs, really pulls this class in a lot of different directions. The fact that they don't get legendary spell resistance, but yet are kind of disincentivized from having an 18 in their con, means that their class DCs are going to be really, really low, and you're going to have a really hard time landing spells. Very similar to a war priest, who might not start with an 18 wisdom because you want to put stuff in your charisma and your strengths for extra heals or harms, and strengths so you can actually hit things, and then you don't get legendary spell you only get master, and war priests, quite frankly, aren't landing spells, but they get a lot of buffs and they get a lot of things because they're clerics, they're full cleric. This class kind of relies on its class DC, no matter which way you go, especially if you want to do any damage. Yes, there are buffs and there are debuffs, but the debuffs rely on the class DC, and the buffs are good, but they're not good enough unless you literally just want to spend the entire campaign spending 2 actions to move your ally around in a gust of wind. I don't think you're going to want to do that. So I don't know how Pathfinder solves this problem, but they need to figure out a way to solve this problem, because you rely on your stats to be able to get the thing done, and this classes like this pull you in too many directions. I don't know if they're going to bring back the burn concept where Kineticist Pathfinder First Edition could sacrifice hit points in order to gain additional effects. That might be kind of interesting. And of course, we also have metal and wood, which are going to be 2 new elements that could change up the situation as well. I definitely think they were probably pushing the envelope too high on the earth, and they're probably seeing where the floor is with the fire and probably the water, honestly. But I love the feel of it, the style of it, the base class design. I love the way that the resource allocation works. I love the way that you have to gather and lose and gain and lose and gain the resources. The balance between actions and overflow versus impulses, and the trade-off of being a single dedicated class to one element versus having the dual gate or having the universalist. I think those classes could feel very differently, and I think it'll feel pretty fun. So yeah, I think there's a lot of, I think Brutus, that's a great way to put it. I love the decision space in the class. I think you're making a lot of interesting decisions. At the end of the day, I trust in Paizo's Razor to deliver us something that is going to be so balanced and fair that a lot of the fun of it will probably be maybe lost, but fundamentally it is a really cool class. And it's a direction that, given the tone of modern day gaming in the Pathfinder 2 space, limited daily resources just don't make sense to me, not with the design that they have given here. And it puts casters in this really weird spot. Classes like the Psychic and now the Kineticist really are changing that paradigm, and it's going to put a lot of pressure on the game space. And I will just say this: if you like the Psychic and you like the Kineticist and you like tactical miniature combat on your Foundry game, take a look at 4th edition D&D. It is a problem to play because there's no real VTT that supports it. But a lot of the things that I'm seeing that they are doing in the Pathfinder 2 space, to me, feel more like 4th edition than 3rd edition, which is what Pathfinder 1 was. A lot of these design choices, a lot of these design elements feel more 4th edition-y to me. I do agree. John, I love the choice of single, dual, or universal. I think it's fun. I think you're going to get really a lot of different experience between playing those things. Personally, for me, I love the idea of the dual gate. I think that's really fun. I think the yin-yang feel aspect of that is really cool. So I think that's a lot of fun. So the problem is you can't do a 4E revival because 3rd edition, and by sort of by reciprocity, everything before 3rd edition is subject to the open gaming license. And the open gaming license allows people to use essentially all the D&D rules to make whatever they want. That's how you got Pathfinder 1, but that's also how you got things like the Black Hack and the White Hack and Labyrinth Lord from BX D&D, and it's how you got Osric for 1st edition D&D and Old School Essentials from basic D&D, right? All these things that are these reprints, these retro clones. 4th edition D&D was released under something called the GSL, the Gaming Systems License. It does not have that open, you can take our rules and print whatever you want. So you couldn't take 4th edition and sort of make your own Pathfinder version of 4th edition. The license does not allow you to do that. And that is why you will never see a 4E retro clone or a 4E revival, unfortunately. It's also why, for example, there is an SRD for 3rd edition, but there is no SRD for 4th edition because those rules are not part of an open public license. So maybe 6th edition will go back to be more like 4th edition. Not a chance in hell. Not a chance in hell. Alrighty, folks. Well, big prop to everybody who donated and tipped today. Really love it. Again, I want to say an extra special thanks to John for the big $100 tip. Made us stay up so late, but thanks to everybody who participated, everybody who sent in a super chat. We've got we got super chats from Self-Confessed Cynic. We've got super chats from Chris Hansen. We got super chats from Reaper Grimm. We've got them from all over the place. But we also had tips from Shadram, Total Entropy, and of course, John. So thanks everybody for supporting us. If you did have a fun time tonight, we're going to be back Thursday. Big level 10 spell stream. We're going to be bringing on a bunch of patrons who want to jump on, heroes and the like. And we're going to be talking about that. And if you enjoy talking about games and not just playing them, if you enjoy thinking critically, creatively, introspectively about games, then I would check out our Patreon, check out our Discord. If you're interested in learning about more than just Pathfinder 2, if you want to learn about how other games can help your game, I recommend checking out our Patreon and its attached Discord. Thank you, everyone, for being a part of this very, very, very awesome stream. Love you all, and we'll see you. We'll see you really soon here, Thursday, next time on Knights of Last Call. Peace.